Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a happy holidays. We got New Year coming up, but we got more Halo coming right at your eyeballs. My name is Dort, and I'm joined by the oh-so-wonderful Possible. Now that our bellies are full, hopefully, so can our night of Halo be.
You know, most of the present-giving holidays are already gone, but we get one last present here.
Oh,
we get to cast some collegiate Halo here. The last tournament we had a couple weeks ago, before the holiday season fully started, was a banger. We had 32 teams blitz through and fight their way tooth and nail. Now we've got another 20-some, several of whom are brand new faces, including the ones that we're actually going to get to see. They've already fought each other for 2 days. We're down to just the top 4 teams for this collegiate Halo tournament. And man, a lot of these games have been close.
And it's really cool to see that there's so many colleges getting involved, right? If you didn't have a team or a team in week 1, you've got a team here in the second time around that we're running. And we've got, like you said, a few familiar names, a few new names, but we'd be remiss not to mention that one at the top. Arguably the most electrifying team we've seen in collegiate Halo so far, UNA Dragons, topping things off with FIU Gold, TAMU, and ASU Maroon tailing right behind.
Yeah, UNA Dragons come in as the top seed here, as they got second in our first tournament. And, I mean, like you said, Dor, they're just so much fun to watch. Whether they're winning or losing in any individual game, they are playing wild Halo. Super fast-paced, chaotic, but they weave their way through the chaos in a really efficient manner, and it makes them such a difficult team to contend with. They haven't dropped a single game thus far, right? They've been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, everybody in the bracket
wild
that they've come up against. So FIU, a little bit later on today, they're going to have quite the game ahead of them. Difficult game for them, to be sure. But first, we're going to head down into our lower bracket semifinals with TAMU and ASU Maroon.
And you know what? 2 colleges with well-privileged esports programs, right? TAMU's been around for a while, having a really nice hot streak within collegiate Valorant, especially within, a couple semesters ago, and even this semester, finding some heat. Arizona State University, another college that's had their esports program for, honestly, quite a long time. So I expect good things from these teams, but honestly, when the game is fresh, whenever something comes out and we just start getting collegiate tournaments, you never really know who's going to be good. That's what makes it so exciting, right? Having that name, having that proficient esports team doesn't really transfer when everything is new. All cards are off the table and all bets along with them.
Oh yeah, and a lot of these teams, at least for collegiate Halo, because it's brand new and at the very end of a semester too, a lot of these teams will just throw together rosters from like some of their other esports.
Yeah, a couple COD players. Yeah,
exactly, right? FIU Gold has
other.
Plaza, a Valorant player you and I are very familiar with. So it's really interesting to see this culmination of players all landing inside collegiate Halo, especially for quick off-the-rip tournaments like these. These teams fighting for $500, thrown together last minute in the very end of the year, and you gotta love to see players who just want to play the game, right, and take it to the highest level.
And you know what? Speaking of throwing this tournament together, huge shout-out to Cody from Northwood. Absolute saint. Gets these teams together, wants to really build the scene. Champ, follow him on Twitter, do whatever. Awesome coach as well on top of that, doing amazing things over at Northwood University. And you know what? It's thanks to him that we get to look at this match. Let's take a look at the series layout to see how things will shake down when it comes to in the server. We're starting things off with a little bit of Stronghold on Street, some Slayer on Aquarius, CTF on Bazaar, which, Paul, I was talking to you earlier about. We came into this week 1 and we were like, it's a bit of a slog to play CTF on Bazaar. It's grown on me. I really like it now. Mixing in a little bit more Slayer on Recharge and following up with some more control points on Livefire.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking across here, this is kind of like I feel very, very fortunate in this first series. This is kind of my personal favorite game type for each of our 5 maps here in Halo Infinite, right? These are like the quintessential game types for these maps, right? Like you talked about CTF Bazaar. That has become a huge staple in Halo Infinite already. Recharge, you get to Oddball later, and then Livefire Aquarius. both with their chaotic different forms of Slayer. But first off, we got to start on Streets door. And Streets, Strongholds especially, it's all about the early game. It's whoever can get rockets, those other power weapons like the Stalker Rifle and the Bulldog early, and then get that B control firmly under their belt.
Yeah, and I think Streets is another one where you kind of have to identify the dynamic of how are teams approaching that B site, because it's always going to be B. That's kind of the most important control point there. However, how you approach it, right? Do you want to go from A to B? Do you want to play from C to B? Arguably, I think especially UNA Dragons showed us that they really, really love going from A to B as opposed to C to B. If they have C, they will forego C, cap A, and then try and take B. They're willing to take that extra bit of time to get that more guaranteed strong push going into it. And I really do like that approach for a lot of these teams if they can get it systematic enough and if they can keep their communication strong, because every second you waste is more points up on the board.
For sure. And I mean, I think there's room to argue that as long as you have B control, you can trade A and C however you'd like.
Yeah.
As long as you're rotating properly and keeping 2-3 players over on B and making sure that you never give up B, because B is very hard to assail either from A or C. A little bit easier from A, in my opinion. You get
yeah, definitely.
It's less of a high ground disadvantage. You don't have to come up that awkward driveway ramp, right, where people just chuck millions of grenades. But B control is going to be the name of the game, and it extends beyond B, right? You get a lot of high ground with B. You can overlook places like rockets. If you get the Stalker Rifle as well, it becomes just very difficult to retake or take B even for the first time.
Yep, and we're just about to hop right on in. That's it. Street Stronghold to start things off. Paul, this is a map that we've seen a lot of teams do particularly well on, and it's kind of thrive or die. There's virtually no in between. You said the start was important, though, and kicking things off, we're already making a move for these power weapons.
And TAMU do manage to get the first slay there, but it's just one. Gotta play a little bit carefully. You can see how reserved both of these teams are in this early game because they don't want to give a huge player advantage over to the other team. That gives away B, and it gives away Rocket's control. But TAMU, they're the ones coming up clutch in the early.
I think it's really interesting how quickly we saw ASU actually move in towards B. They got some tentative control, but now that TAMU has control of the weapon... Oh, pardon me, scoreboard was wrong. We've got team swapped. It's all fixed now. But this B control will inevitably go over to the blue side, getting a nice little flank in. No, still Slay's going down.
Yeah, so it was interesting to start because ASU, who apparently are in the blue, actually took a lead early in Slays, but one player from TAMU came around, capped C, and got the early double cap. But now it's going to be AC. There's nobody over on A to actually control that, so retaking B has got to be the name of the game here quickly for ASU. They've got to try and stop this. Nice little jump shot there. Actually going to keep A at least contested for now.
Yeah, ASU looks quite content with their AC hold right now, actually. They're just pushing in, regain it, reset that, and TAMU have the burden of proof on them. They've got to make a move towards one of these sites, but, you know, pushing from B, not something that teams are generally practicing. They'll take over C, that's it. Good cross-map control, but like we mentioned earlier, slightly easier to take this site from A, and thus ASU want to make their move.
You're going to need a huge round of slays here for TAMU now, though. B and C both, or I'm sorry, for ASU, rather. B and C both in control of TAMU. Nice work there from Aeronomics. But he's not going to be around to actually get that point going. So TAMU, they don't have to trade this well, right? They just have to go 1 for 1 at any point, and it's going to be very difficult for ASU to get a firm cap.
I like this from BT Fluffy, though, trying to make a move towards that A side. It's absolutely the right play, right? Deny that important site from them, and now you've got a triple cap going on for a little bit. They're really caring about the A and B, though, more so than the C.
I like this control here from ASU. They realize that they can't go into A right now, so they just pulled all 4 of their players outside of C to stop the trip cap. But it is 67-15 right now. A strong start here for TAMU. ASU, they need to work toward B, but the problem is this is what keeps happening. So one player keeps getting around on the flank and going for these tricky caps behind. So ASU, they need to push forward while watching their back, and that's easier said than done.
This might actually be a really well-timed push. There's only 1 or 2 members on B, and it's kind of from a distance more than anything else. Nope. TAMU do manage to get the rotate in time here. Thus, this push from ASU is going to fizzle out pretty quickly.
Blake with a huge nade right there. There's still one player for TAMU trying to hold on over there, and yeah, ASU, they're not able to connect onto much of anything. And this is the problem, right? Once you get B control, it's so difficult to actually keep the other team away from, actually the opposite of that. It's hard to assail onto B because you just get bodied by nades, the rotates come over from A or C, and it becomes very difficult to control. Even though we get these flips of A and C back and forth, ASU, nothing is really going to go their way until they can sneak their way onto the B.
Yeah, and they've got to beat them there is kind of the hard part, right? The rotation timing's been better for ASU. They've been quicker on the draw for a lot of this, but every time they just get there a moment late, right? TAMU get that rotate in from C. Right as they cap it, there it is. Swap over on the A side. Arizona State do manage to get on top of B, if not just for a moment here. But how well can they actually hold it with the Spanker coming up online in a second?
Yeah, Rockets are going to be really important here for ASU specifically. TAMU, they could kind of take or leave Rockets, but if ASU manage to get these early off the rip, they can cover for B very effectively. Aeronomics moving in, getting that, bringing it over to B. He's got to land these Rockets.
I mean, undoubtedly going to be landing them. Big stuff from Aeronomics, and this should solidify that B hold a lot. Tries to rip a second one in there. Does get a little bit, but TAMU are on top of this B side. ASU have got to get there quickly, but I don't think they can.
A strong effort from Aeronomics, but it was just too high of a hill to climb. He was the only one up, even with 2 rockets connecting. The respawns came in for TAMU faster, and they regained control of B. Although, with Butterbeams working his way back in here, there's still a chance for ASU to play for this and trade out either C or A for B. And it looks like C is going to be the one going to TAMU. So now A-B control for ASU. They're working their way. They're closing this deficit.
This is wonderful map control. Look at the mid control from Arizona State University, right? They're denying that A flip that TAMU and ASU have been using in order to get on to B in the first place through that mid control. Now, though, it has been given over. Nearly a take on the B side. They've decided to approach it from C because of how Arizona State University was trying to stronghold on A. A little contesting coming from ASU.
Ooh. Okay, nice trade there. It is worth noting, it seems like TAMU are getting a little bit better control when it comes to some of these other weapons, right, off the racks. They're scavenging a little bit better. Things like the Stalker Rifle in particular have been a huge thorn in ASU's side. Nice round of slays there is going to regain them that B control, but BT Fluffy does manage to have that Stalker Rifle again. Coming up the stairs is a little bit difficult, especially since he's the only one here. He's got to be careful, play his life.
I mean, this is a scary weapon, even at close range, right? It does have faster TTK than the battle rifle if you can connect all those shots. So still a very useful tool, even when you are taking it upstairs. But hasn't been a useful enough tool for TAMU as they look to cap a second site. They'll go for the A flip. I'm not seeing a move from Arizona State University to cap the C, though. It looks like they're going to be late to the party here, as when they cap C, the Spanker's going to come online for TAMU, and they'll be able to move to B from A and mid.
Really nice work there from TAMU. They recognize how difficult B is to get a hold of a lot of the time, so they don't worry about it, and they just hold on to C while capping A. They get a pinch onto B, and then they're willing to trade for that better control. Ooh, that's a little unfortunate on that second melee there. We've all been there, though. I mean, sometimes melees can get a little bit tricky to land.
Stronghold captured.
Tough to pull a flip from ASU. They're going to have to get on top of this B. This lead's getting a little insurmountable as they've held on to that early 70-point or so lead. TAMU continue to gain control of this map, and they've got 3 players and rockets here at B. The plan that they laid earlier in taking that mid control is working out beautifully for them. Oh, not the shotgun gets in the way.
Oh, that was so well done by ASU. They dodged both the rockets. I couldn't tell which player it was, but that slide through B, dodging the rocket, was beautiful. And then Eagle is coming up from the stairwell. So well done by ASU to keep themselves in this game. It's still a pretty big lead here for TAMU, but ASU, they have a chance now?
I mean, they're closing the gap slowly but surely. They're chugging their way through. The one big difference I'm seeing, though, is that Arizona State isn't getting on top of C nearly quickly enough when TAMU go for A, right? They're bleeding out points in these moments right about now. And yes, you do have B, but they're continuing to take up. They're continuing to get points. TAMU doesn't need B to win this game. They can inch it over the edge. ASU will eventually gain C, but at what cost? TAMU have gained map control enough to start approaching B.
Nice nades here, just keeping TAMU at bay, so ASU can try to go for the contest, but there's so much presence here from TAMU. ASU, I don't think they have the respawn to actually make this happen. Jelly Beams falling, Butterbeams also falling. I mean, it's rough stuff right now for ASU. TAMU nearly up at 200 points. They're at 180. Still a pretty huge lead here.
And they're holding it strong as well. Flip's starting to come out for ASU, though. If they can get that A solidified, they'll feel great, right? If they can flip the size of the map, it's exactly what they want to do. With the rocket launchers online, nearly useless, though. They don't manage to find much of anything. Aeronomics looking to push B with them. Again, nothing found. ASU now in control. They've got to hold on to this for a while, though, if they want to make up that point deficit. Just a couple points away now. TAMU are approaching victory in map number 1.
TAMU are pretty much fine with the fact that the rockets didn't land. They just didn't want to give ASU the chance to snowball there, especially with the fact that TAMU have just been doing better in the Slays column in general. Outside of Aeronomics, who has had a really nice game, ASU have been struggling a little bit to keep themselves all up at the same time. Butterbean is under a little bit of pressure. He should be able to hold on to that B for a little bit longer, and ASU, they can get that C cap. Yeah, they can actually make a play for this, but again, they're just bleeding rounds, and this time they actually need to manage to hold onto B and C at the same time. I don't even think they can hold on to B. No, it's gone.
Oh, it's kind of all falling apart. They spread themselves too thin. Now ASU is going to spawn on the outside of the map. Look at this. TAMU have recognized that as well. They're pushing out into the middle of the map to guarantee themselves presence everywhere so that ASU can't move. Fortunately, they've got a lot of individual skill on this roster, and they're going to fight their way out.
I will say the movement individually from ASU has been really supreme thus far. Like 2 or 3 players having key movement advantages over TAMU in just like 1v1 gunfights. I'd like to see them try and snowball that in these 1v1s or 2v2s because movement is so important. If you can just throw off the enemy's crosshair a little bit, you can manage to hold on for a little bit longer, get a rotate in, have your buddies come over. Keep in mind, Halo is a game where it is all about team coordination. You need your players to be playing off each other at all points. Nice flank here too from Aeronomics, but he's the only one up. Oh, the rest of ASU, they couldn't stay alive while he pressured the back of TAMU.
I mean, honestly, Aeronomics is making it look possible. This is a star-studded performance for the Arizona State University. Honestly, star player at this point. Although I will say this roster has been peppered with individual skill. They all look phenomenal. It's just those small little coordination things that are bleeding away points to TAMU right now, and it brings them closer to victory. 205 points up on the scoreboard now, and ASU has not closed that gap nearly enough.
Rockets too, that makes it so much more difficult here. Unfortunate. I mean, all you have to do is trade 1-for-1 as TAMU right now. You're fine with that. 1-for-1 trades are not enough to get ASU back into the game. ASU, they're not going to try that same pinch that TAMU's been going for with A and C and bringing players back over to C, but TAMU are immediately on it. They say, you can't use our own medicine against us, and they're going to get a triple cap here almost.
Oh, I love that they're willing to give up B here, especially since they're so close to victory. B might go over, but they've got sightlines onto A through mid, and then they can look to rotate that into a B push should they even need it. They'll do exactly that as they near victory. TAMU looks really good for round number 1 here.
They did overextend a little bit for that trip cap, though, and trying to hold on to it. So ASU temporarily are going to be the ones scoring. Still a huge lead, 75 points almost here for TAMU. So ASU, they're going to need a near perfect defense of A and C, right, or A and B rather, right now to actually swing this back.
I mean, for now, they're holding on, but for me, it matters how long can they hold this A, right? If they allow TAMU to get a hold of A, I think this all of a sudden becomes a much more difficult game for Arizona State University. Yeah, the stuff that they've got right now, though, holding A from afar, using those fantastic sightlines from B to A to allow themselves more backup than the one member that's actually on it, absolutely vital.
And they have 2 players from B playing really far forward on that driveway, right? So if the A player gets pressured, you can just collapse onto C and trade it just fine. The stairwell is not really going to be possible for TAMU to push up either. This positioning from ASU is really crucial. If they can maintain it, they might be able to do this.
I mean, they've gotten over that 200 mark. All of a sudden, it feels a lot more possible. They would love to reset this A, though. They've got to send a player there. Who's this banker gone to? Egoless for Arizona State University. This is very doable. How are they going to choose to approach this, though? Do they say, okay, you know what, we're okay with C, or do they look to take back on A? They look for A, and it's working out for Arizona State University. They're going to get this. They've got to run, though. They've got to book it towards B. They've got one more shot left in this rocket launcher, and it's good for 2! Arizona State are back in it!
The deficit is gone. They're only 10 points down right now, and they have A and B control. They can reset themselves up in that beautiful position they had before. ASU, they're going to do this.
They have not solidified this yet, Paul. They've equalized things. They put themselves in a good state to win this map. This A to C rotate, though, the flip for Arizona State when TAMU looked to push A, it has to be perfectly timed in order to not give away too many points. In fact, I mean, Tamu, now the time's running out. They haven't made that push. ASU pushes out for kills themselves. A big double from Aeronomics to solidify things. And with 27 slays on the board for Aeronomics, ASU make the comeback happen and take away a map number 1.
What a comeback for ASU right there. They were down almost 100 points on Stronghold for Streets, but once they figured out how to actually cover that B position, right? What Tamu was doing every single time, that AC pinch back in. Once they figured out how to cover that, it was beauty to behold from ASU. And Egoless, I want to give a shout out to him too, because he really came alive in that in the final moments, stages of that map, right? Like he wasn't doing bad by any stretch of the imagination, but like 200 score hit for Tamu.
I mean, nearly
Egoless
caught up to
Aeronomics,
dude, which was insane.
It's insane, right? Like what a map from them. And Egoless constantly having priority over those late rockets, right? I think that's where Tamu actually faltered a bit. They had better control of things like the Bulldog or the Stalker Rifle, but the rockets almost always either went to ASU or when Tamu were actually getting them, they were whiffing a lot of those rockets when we saw them use them, right? So that rocket control combined with the adjusted positioning from ASU really snowballs them through the end of that map and gets them their comeback on map number 1.
And that's not to say they didn't have their problems. They clearly had a lot of issues with those A to C rotates, right? When Tamu was taking A, it was like 5-10 seconds before ASU managed to get their hands over onto C. And then by then, Tamu was able to make a push onto B, and it was just points being bled everywhere. By the end of it, though, it was solid, right? It wasn't even the rotation that was needed. Their A-B hold was just so strong that it was just indomitable. And now we head into a game number 2 with ASU at the lead. We'll be seeing you guys after a quick little break, the second map. Welcome back. A quick little break as seemingly the Mr. Gates gods have blessed us with good lobbies tonight. Still,
why would you?
Still in esports ready to get. Look, I've got fingers crossed. I'm knocking on wood. I'm doing. What more do you want from me, Paul? It's a good night. I want some Halo. I'm happy, and I'm gonna say it. I'm happy, and I know it. Clapping my hands might blow up my mic though. So instead, we're just gonna take things over to Slayer on Aquarius. I think this is an interesting map for Slayer. I think it's one of the more straightforward ones, right? With the side rooms being a nice little home base for either of these teams. It plays out very simply for the most part. And as most Slayer games go, it's not about the first 30 slays.
Yeah, and it's certain. I think Aquarius is one of the least volatile Slayer matches, right? Because you don't have crazy things spawning on the map like, the massive power weapons. If you go to Recharge, you got the Energy Sword. You go to Bazaar or Streets, you get the Rockets, right? Aquarius only has the active camo, which is obviously important and obviously helps your team, but it's not as guaranteed to be powerful as some of the power weapons versus power equipment. So it really does come down to control of places like Closet, so you can get things like the thrust or like the dynamo grenades, because it's going to be little advantages that propel you forward rather than giant swings in momentum.
I mean, speaking of giant swings in momentum, though, let's talk about ASU and how they just took that map away, right? Not only was it a map that they didn't look great on to start things
I need a
off
drink real quick, Dor.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, bias
okay,
cast.
we're good,
Okay,
yeah.
that's it. I'm a
No
TAMU
bias
fan.
casting, I
I'm a
trust.
TAMU fan tonight. Okay, but I think there was something I want to note there, right? With the active camo being online, that's the one thing I want to see TAMU really take advantage of here. While it may not be a power-up and that guarantees you those sillies to get up on the board to put yourself ahead in points, if you use it as a team, which is something that TAMU has shown us they can do, all of a sudden it becomes much more valuable.
Really nice opening from ASU, though. They get 2 players over into Closet. They win that. Now they're up 3-0, and they still got the camo here. And it's on Aeronomics, too, who had a phenomenal performance on our first map. Was looking like to be the hard carry player, and then Eagleist also had a really strong performance.
And a heat wave.
ASU really showing up here. Nice little pinch, too. This is great information out of the active camo. He's not going to be able to survive it, though. TAMU trying to fire back, but still a 5-2 lead for ASU.
I mean, it's about what you could look for, right? ASU just came off to an early start. TAMU now solidifies himself in a side room and can really start getting to play the game. This is where I expect them to play well, but we talked about ASU's individual skill coming out to play in that stronghold match, and that really does seem to be what's going to be the trump card in this game if they're able to win it.
ASU are doing a really good job of playing off each other right now. They're hardly taking any of these fights alone, and it's giving them massive advantages. When you don't have a power weapon in your hand, you have to make sure that you have a teammate around a corner right next to you, ready to play off your contact.
Wow.
Because it's just so much smarter than trying to take an ego 1v1. ASU are doing that beautifully right now, and it's a massive lead for them.
Look at how
already.
little of the map TAMU is controlling right now.
Yeah, that's
They have this one corner of the map that belongs to them. The center, active camo, all of the space on the map, including the power-ups that are just on the floor. Everything belongs to Arizona State University, but TAMU are starting to fight their way out. With a couple of big slays here. They could go big, but Arizona State University fight back. They get the trades they're looking for and keep TAMU boxed in.
Oh, Blake is so stuck here. Is he actually going to be able to survive this?
Where do you go?
ASU not able to actually push in for him. But still, I mean, it is still a 13-6 lead here for ASU. They just have to play back and play together. Nice catch there, too, from Eagleist. He's going to chase for this kill. Dragon to prep that, although he's getting pinched himself. Really good work from TAMU to at least trade that out.
Nicely done with the baiting there as well. Not trying to take an engagement with no shields on. That's not necessary at all for TAMU. They need guaranteed frags right now if they want to win this. Ones that can't be answered back by ASU. And it's going to go one at a time, but they've got, fortunately, a lot of time on the clock left to do it.
And TAMU are playing much slower now, right? Now that they've realized that ASU are mostly taking these high ground positions and playing off each other at these angles, TAMU are playing for a little bit more of that information game before they actually take a lot of these fights. Ooh, although as I say that, the Pokemon guy, gotta be a little bit careful. Does manage to make it out of there with his life intact, and his buddies trade him out pretty well. So that lead is still there for ASU, but it's not quite as insurmountable as it was.
TAMU now bringing it within 9, but I think that's actually meaning that ASU has extended their lead even further. This is getting pretty difficult at these ranges. TAMU has now been boxed into the opposing spawn. ASU has control of both sides of the center of the map. This is exactly how you're supposed to play this map in particular as well. Like Arizona State University, while initially it looked like they didn't quite have the coordination for Stronghold at the very least, that's all I'm seeing here in Slayer is just perfect coordination.
Yeah, and when it comes to Stronghold, I'm not sure it was so much coordination as it was strategy, right?
Yeah.
ASU, they've always been playing off each other well. It's just, you can play off each other well, but when there's an objective you have to play around, it's more than just teamwork. You need teamwork around a good idea. ASU, it took them a minute to figure out those good ideas on Stronghold, but they are playing off each other just fine. Nice little pick there. If Drifted Tie can survive this, yeah, nice cover from TAMU too, but it's still a massive lead for ASU. ASU are actually fine just trading this out. Like 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. They're fine with this being a very messy game of Slayer from here on out because they have just a huge lead with camo picked up, another one picked up there by Aeronomics. Yeah, okay, assisted, but either way, this is going so well for ASU.
And I adore the way that they're just keeping their foot on the throats of TAMU, right? You may hit that 30 Slay barrier that people always talk about. You know, the game slows down a ton at that point. I don't think ASU plan on it. They're willing to push into TAMU territory, and they want to not give them time to reassess themselves to kind of figure out how do we want to play this game. They're going to hunt down these Slays with these little 2-man hit squads, and it's going to be really hard to stop if you can't just find the individual skill on TAMU to outplay them.
TAMU are having a rough time grouping up right now, too, because of the control that ASU actually has over this map. You've been talking about it for the last, 5 minutes here.
It's suffocating, dude.
ASU get onto all of the high grounds. They anticipate the spawns. They rotate quickly. They catch TAMU off guard at every corner, it seems. TAMU, we've hardly seen them play anywhere other than, like, inside fridge or inside closet, right? They're getting stuck in the corners of the map. With 2 dead, maybe they can look to push out. Maybe.
This is better control than they've had for a minute. It's about transferring it into something meaningful, though. They've got to get a hold of this high ground because, again, they're still stuck by the flag spawns on the map, and that's going to be more and more of a problem the further we get into this. They fought their way out on the high ground, though. That's one. Now looking to catch that active camo spawn about 20 seconds when it comes up, and it's working out pretty well for him. Drifted now caught in the corner, and they're going to have to concede, give away half of that high ground to Arizona State. Now the game lies in no man's land.
And I mean, ASU are doing a really good job of not allowing the snowball, right? The clump that TAMU are moving around the map in to catch them off guard. One player will get caught by the TAMU clump, and then the rest of ASU from the edges of the map on high ground on cheeky angles are assaulting TAMU and finding the next 3 or 4 kills, trading out really well. It's a 41-24 lead. This is about as dominant of a game of Slayer as you can expect at this high level of collegiate Halo.
I really want to note one thing about this ASU squad. They have, I think, at least 3 out of 4 mouse and keyboard players from the movement that I'm seeing, whereas TAMU seems to be entirely controller players. And on this map in particular, with the mid control that Arizona State is getting, it's really helpful for them to be able to look 2 ways quickly at once and flick back and forth between the 2. Meanwhile, when TAMU get control of mid, it's much harder for the players to do that, right? They get pincered and they can only focus in one direction rather than being able to go back and forth like ASU is taking advantage of in moments like this, right? Egoless able to flick between that high and low ground, able to take on 2 players at once and much more effectively control both of the side lanes up on this high ground.
Yeah, Egoless, maybe a little bit of a slower start on that first map of Strongholds, but he's been on fire ever since, right? Currently 17 and 10. You look across the rest of ASU, even, the 2 Beams players, Jelly Beans and Butter Beams, they were struggling a little bit more on Strongholds as well, but it's nothing but green from them right now. Just a really solid map of Slayer. We're 2 kills away from a Steaktacular here from ASU.
Oh, come on, just line it up. 49-50 up on the board already. Wow, Steaktacular? After that map one, after it being that close, after looking like you were behind, Arizona State just proved everybody wrong in map number 2.
And you gotta love the coordination, too. They all got the colors on, the red and gold for their school. Oh, yeah, you love to see it. Yeah, absolutely love to see it.
I bet you love to see it, don't you, Paul?
No?
Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, it looked like some good Halo. I gotta give him credit where credit is due. That was phenomenal stuff.
And it goes to show there's a very huge difference between objective game types and Slayer, where you can just focus on making sure your teammates are trading. Comms slow down a lot, right? There's not as much, like, strategic depth, I want to say. It comes down to a little bit more of just that natural Halo gameplay, right? We're just playing to take out the other team, and that is all we need to do. It streamlines a lot of that communication. You don't need things like, oh, how do we approach this particular angle? How do we take A or B or C or maintain control of a triple cap or something crazy like that, right? It's a little bit more natural, I want to say, and teams like ASU, they seem to really enjoy that. We will move back to an objective type game mode now, and I think this is the most objective type of all objective type game modes when it comes to strategy and taking those step-by-step processes, because we are going to capture the flag on Bazaar.
I'm really excited for this. Like I said, it's a map and game type combo that's really grown on me since the game came out. At first, it just seems sluggish to play, but you really do grow an appreciation for how teams are able to control this map and effectively get the flag across. They make it look easy, and it it is certainly not a simple thing to do. But I'm curious to see whether or not TAMU bring that coordination back on a map type where it's just so important on, because that really did feel like the bread and butter of their team. While Slayer on Aquarius, you know, it's Slayer first of all. You've got players popping off all over the place for ASU individually as well. I do feel like playing mouse and keyboard, they took advantage of it by playing where they did on the map. But I think a lot of those advantages for ASU kind of got the window for CTF. It's going to be the best opportunity for TAMU. In fact, their only opportunity, considering that they are in the lower bracket, to come back into this one. And for me, who have you seen particularly on the side of TAMU individually that's really done it for you? Because it has been completely even across the board, but I feel like I've seen a lot of kills from specifically Drifted Tie that have been influential more than anything else.
I think it's kind of gone back and forth for the TAMU lineup a lot of the time, right? They have like a real push and pull in terms of just like slays. But the thing about TAMU is it's really even. They seem to be a team that really enjoys working together. And on CTF Bazaar, that's going to be huge because mid control is extremely important. Overshield, rockets, grapple, dynamo grenades. This middle of the map is rich with things that you can use to your advantage, but in the early, it seemed like most of those went to ASU.
Oh, that is not good. And they have high ground control from Egoless here, who's going to clean things up. Rockets now off the field, but a double kill found for it. I don't think you're complaining about that too much. Nice little turnaround kill by BTF Fluffy. And on controller, I think that is even more impressive.
And, you know, Bulldog goes overlooked a lot of the time because of how important the rest of the things in the middle of the map are. But nice little kill there. And, I mean, you can push up and try to hold the ground with that Bulldog pretty well underneath the ASU spawns. Doesn't really seem like the rest of TAMU is going to be having a good time trying to get in here and work off that little bit of momentum. So we're going to reset a bit and play for this middle of the map once more.
ASU's lining themselves up for the push. And you know what? With each coming slay, it feels like they're getting more and more comfortable doing that. With two players going down, though, we're back to square one. We have to remember,
he's still around here.
For all the slays that ASU is putting up on the board, it's not caps. It's not points. It does not win you the map.
Well, and that's one of the things about CTF Bazaar is it's not just one round of slays and boom, you get a cap, right? It's not Aquarius. You have to constantly get huge rounds of slays. You got to kill the enemy team once, twice, sometimes 3 times in a row decisively to get an actual capture online. It's very slow, methodical play here for CTF Bazaar.
I will say there's one team that's defied that on CTF Bazaar. I remember watching UNA Dragons.
Look, literally just bring the Dragons into this.
Just
team.
manhandle a flag across the middle of the map without ever team wiping. Funniest thing I've seen in my entire life, but I kind of doubt we see that chaotic play come out here. Is ASU has really narrowed down the systematic approach. In fact, they look almost cautious approaching the flag of TAMU.
I mean, both teams are just aware of how important this mid control is, especially as Overshield is coming up online. Ooh, grenade there. I think he's going to regret that. Blake's going to fall and the Overshield does go to ASU. This is an opportunity for them to push.
They've got a group in mid because they did lose 2 in their own right here. Jellybeam with an important set of 2 kills, though, coming up here in a second. Do they manage to get it? Lined up just on top of the grenades, and they get it. All of a sudden, TAMU looking much weaker on their side of the map, but Arizona State struggling to take the space that they've earned.
They managed to get through mid now, so now they'll have to play slow, play for their shields. TAMU will respawn and get one more last chance to defend their base before ASU get onto the flag. Nice flank there from Eagleist, but he does trade out 1 for 1, and you need better trades from that for ASU, so I don't expect them to push too quickly. Although off a kill like that, that's when they're going to pull the trigger.
Do they make the push here? Grenades hold them off.
Nice.
Big pick off. That takes the Bulldog out of the equation now. And right as ASU is making a stab at the flag here, it's just Jellybeams up on this high ground. But 1v2, I don't think this is happening at all.
And look how difficult it is, right? Like, ASU had control for like a solid 2 minutes there almost. And they still don't even get to touch the flag.
They have to maintain mid. That is the good part here, though. That's like the silver lining for ASU.
It's a little tenuous, though. Aeronomics does get that rocket launcher. He'll use both of the rockets before falling, so at least those won't go to TAMU. But with 4 dead for ASU, they are now fully reset.
I think if that rocket connected without taking out the player with it, all of a sudden that turns into a potential pull for ASU. But unfortunately, you're just forced to trade out. And I think that's one thing we see a lot of players just do wisely, right? Is force players to trade out with the rocket launcher by playing close like that. So smart stuff from the TAMU side, who are really trailing in terms of slays, but doesn't seem to matter for them. They just continue to hold strong. They know exactly where they're comfortable and when they actually need to be focusing on these slays.
Next round of power items coming up in the middle of the map. Overshield rockets. Well, actually, rockets were just used, actually, so they're on a staggered spawn right now, but Overshield's coming up at the very least. Whoever gets it is going to have a chance to push up. Wow, completely uncontested. TAMU worrying about someone who was back inside their base, and they don't even seem to get that kill. Eagleist now with the overshield can push up through mid without an issue, and this is going to be a fast play from ASU.
Eagle switching around. Pull's going to come in. What's the routing? Taking it along the left side. All right, this is good for ASU. They've got a lot of players lined up here, as well as control the opposing high ground to really try and stop it. They need to get this flag down off the high ground, though. You have to toss it into mid if you want any chance of taking this one away. But the flag return nearly coming in for TAMU. They've at least got the timer up. They pull it down. That's big stuff for ASU. We know how much those little pulls can do.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position here for TAMU to actually assail, too. ASU, they have someone over by Rocket Spawn covering the flagpole. Aeronomics all the way through. You need a Hail Mary to stop this flag right now, TAMU, and it's not looking like it's coming through. The kill feed's all blue, and ASU will get their first cap.
Nicely done. It took them a hot minute to get there, which is impressive for TAMU to hold them off for that long, especially considering the pressure that ASU had, right? They never gave up that map control. But with that round of power weapons and power items coming up, like you mentioned, it was just so critical to Arizona State, right? That they were able to get both of those from that one distraction sentence spawn. TAMU have now got to find a way to fight their way out. They look to try and do it through underground here. Do they have the Bulldog to control it is my question.
Ooh, Grapple bringing Drift to tie all
they're
the way
going
up.
for it,
Grapple's
going
super
for it.
important, too. We haven't talked about Grapple much, but it's really helpful, especially on Bazaar. Nice little catch here, as long as you can clean that up, and doesn't even take his shields down off the melee there. So now TAMU, they have a lot of momentum.
This is a lot of map control for TAMU. Deceptively so, right? They immediately fought back after losing that flag cap. Just over here, they're eyeballing up the flag, thinking about a pull. A lot of ASU members, though, are lined up to defend this. You're going to have to continue to play outside. Wait till one player steps out of line. You're able to get that first opener. And it looks to be right about here. BT Fluffy looking for one and cleans it up. And all of a sudden, ASU down to one member. It's just Jelly Beams to defend the flag.
His position is given away now,
no
too.
push, though, from TAMU.
Yeah, no, they lost one player, and I think their shields were a bit too low. That's the thing. It's not enough to get the round of slays that you need. You have to actually have the shields to push forward and grab the flag, and with Jelly Beam still hanging around, it was difficult. Now 3 up for TAMU, ASU 3 down. That means TAMU can at least get a pull. They gotta work it back through the middle of the map. They have overshield, though, too. That's one of the great things about mid control. They are going for it.
Holy moly. Look at the pickups from BT Fluffy. Not even jumping for it. Oh, that's unlucky. Flag landed a little bit behind him. They weren't able to take it any further, but this is still a redeemable position for TAMU.
Counterpull.
Counterpull in. How far does this go is the question. You'd love to keep this on the high ground if you're TAMU and just make sure it stays back, at least within range of your spawn. ASU equalizing. We're going to take that flag a little further. Melee fight with the flag. Oh my god. Aeronomics chads up, sends the flag, chucks it out in mid. They'll get a return of their own. The question is, can they recover that opposing flag in middle?
Really smart from Aeronomics there. He actually didn't sprint at all, so he wasn't revealed. So there was no information as to where he was. He wanted to chuck the flag out into mid and then sit back and recover it. But now, I mean, the flag is pulled all the way here. Is the flag currently returned for ASU? I'm actually not 100% certain. It's not even going to matter, as BT Fluffy does get up here. Not able to stay, though. Butterbeam's looking for the cap now.
I mean, this is phenomenal stuff from ASU. And honestly,
nice.
That's a big question, right? Do you want to concede that you're saying, hey, you're going to go for the counter pull here? TAMU, you're not going to go for the point yourself. TAMU decides to try and take it home, plays a little bit greedy, and ASU just has the perfect punish set up for him.
Really well done by Aeronomics specifically. Has been a huge playmaker for ASU thus far. I mean, a 2-0 lead. We're down to 4 minutes remaining. TAMU, they need to play fast here and eliminate ASU from these positions of power. But look at where Aeronomics has gotten to. It's so difficult to contend with him and the rest of his team out here in mid.
I think it's so interesting to see Aeronomics as well, how exactly they pick up frags, because in Slayer, Aeronomics bottom fragged. But when it comes to the objective types, or with rather the objective-based game modes, Aeronomics all of a sudden comes online, and I think it's an understanding of those positions of power and how exactly to play around them and how the map shifts depending on where the objectives are, right? A strong understanding with holding onto that flag earlier, right? Where exactly are TAMU going to be coming from and how can he punish that? That's the plays that Aeronomics is making.
Nice little push there. BT Fluffy has done a really good job with this Bulldog thus far. Dynamo Nade 2, that should get good information as to where ASU is holding. The problem is, grabbing this flag is a little bit difficult to do because ASU still have that mid control. They're pinching in from all sides right now. There's not a whole lot of cover. BT Fluffy just barely winning that fight. This is still doable for TAMU, albeit difficult.
I mean, you got to make up 2 points. You got to start going for it early. Another counter pull from Aeronomics, though. He's just going to chuck this into the middle of the map. Honestly, maybe...
Look, he's not sprinting.
Wait, nobody
Again.
even...
There's just
That's
no
wild.
information for TAMU right now because Aeronomics refuses to give it to them. Now the flag is seen out in mid, and actually a really solid attempt at a return here. Just a little bit longer, and TAMU,
they got it.
They can look to get this point. Really solid play from Blake, expecting that to come through the middle of the map because, well, his team was going through the underground, right, on the right side. So nice work from TAMU. They're within spitting distance now. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock for them to try and get a second cap.
I love the understanding of that they were going to go for the counter pull there as well. TAMU were clearly much more ready for it than they were the last time it happened, and great adaptation on the fly. ASU, though, would love to hold on to their lead. It's only 2 minutes. This is a tight timer for TAMU to try and force a pullout with. ASU can just play defense if they want to, but I think we both agree that holding on to control of mid and making them have those long slogs, right, getting those 2 rounds of slays in a row is super important for ASU.
Beautiful position here from Eagoless. Now you can go and get the overshield and push. As long as TAMU are the ones on the back foot, ASU aren't really worried about the fact that they only have a 1-point lead. Solid first pick, too, from Eagoless. And now they're just bolting to get a flag pull.
And that's the game plan here, right? Just keep them occupied. Like you said, keep them on the back foot. Push coming out. Butterbean's maintaining control of mid here. This is a realistic, actual flag pull for ASU. This is no longer just a threat to keep TAMU pinned down. This is a dangerous play, and you know, with them all being on that one side of the map, it's all about the positioning now. You're gonna have 3 players coming from the same position for TAMU while this flag looks across mid, and that's not the greatest angle to take with 3 players. All of a sudden, now they're playing catch-up. They're behind them as the flag nears the doors. An attempted counter pull
Blake
here
needs to
from
go
Blake.
huge.
You have to pull this off.
He's got that good first contact. Oh, couldn't quite finish it off. The Bulldog,
Nice.
though, will get him the kill. The problem is where the flag is. He's not able to stay out in the open and actually go for the return. So ASU, they come in with force, 2 players, to secure that 3rd flag cap. And with only 54 seconds on the clock, it's looking likely that ASU are going to get a 3-0.
I mean, that flag pull, honestly, felt like it came out of nowhere, right? It was empty threats from ASU to start out. 1 or 2 players running into the spawn just to threaten, just to pull TAMU back. And all of a sudden, it became way too real, right? TAMU didn't take that threat seriously, and they're paying the price.
And now ASU, all they have to do is play defense. Stop TAMU from this 1 flag cap with 30 seconds left. I mean, it's all but done here. TAMU would have to go for the run of their lives and then get another pull to even force an overtime into a sudden death, which would just be insane. So ASU, 15 seconds left for them to hold on.
I suspect we've entered the deathmatch lobby, Paul. It's all about style points now and just finishing things off. Honestly, ASU deserve a victory lap here, as it is worth remembering. We are in the lower bracket. Nobody can afford losses at this point. This is a big win for ASU against a strong team in TAMU, but it is far from over for them tonight.
ASU, they got a long way to go, but that is the first step in their journey of 1,000 miles and 2 strong teams that they would have to play. Great work from ASU, though. And keep in mind, ASU Maroon, the only team that they've lost maps to, if I remember correctly, is in fact our #1 seed, the UNA Dragons, right? They got knocked out against the UNA Dragons in the 2nd round of the upper bracket, and since then have been on a tear through the lower bracket, dominating everyone they've come up against. A 3-0 here, barely a 3-0. Keep in mind, Streets was extremely close, but the next 2 maps much more dominant. A solid work from them, but I also really like what we saw from TAMU, right? You were talking about how they're a big school, big in the esports scene as well, and not a bad first showing for them, getting all the way down to the 4th.
No, and I mean, with a team as strong as ASU, especially with Eagoless and Aeronautics popping off like they are tonight, that's no small feat. I want to see if Eagoless and Aeronautics can continue to pop off, because they're going to need it, right? When you talk about them versus Dragons, that is a matchup based almost entirely on who's got the muscle on the day, who's performing really well. But that matchup up in the upper bracket, UNA Dragons versus FIU Gold, all of a sudden becomes the one that we need to keep our eyes on as FIU look to tackle the 1st seed.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about top fraggers for teams, right? We know both FIU Gold and UNA Dragons have very good players on them. UNA Dragons, we saw them a few weeks ago. Players like Maysky just taking over the game with insane last-second plays to save games, throw them into overtime. Our favorite play of Halo Infinite thus far across anything, Dor, is that one slide from Mayski to deny that flag cap on Aquarius. So you got to have some star power. And FIU, they're no slouches either. They're going to be running with guys like Plaza, who we're very familiar from Valorant, right? On their Valorant team is Plaza. It's a long road to walk, as we were saying, but first game's done, and now we're going to move on to our next one, upper bracket finals, UNA Dragons versus FIU Golds, coming at you folks in just a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks to an electrifying game number 1 at the hands of ASU. We head up to the upper bracket where we get to watch the most entertaining team in collegiate Halo at the moment. The team everyone came here to watch. Apparently, a college that I hadn't even heard of prior to collegiate Halo, University of North America Dragons.
We agreed last tournament, door, and it's still true. They have the most ridiculous possible name, and I absolutely love it. The University of North America, which
a bold claim,
there's a lot of universities in North America, so you're starting off pretty strong, and then they make it stronger by adding dragons on top of it. Like that is just a whole big confidence move in just the name alone. But they deserve confidence. They were a second place in our first college Halo tournament, and they were, like you said, the most fun team to watch. They were absolutely insane the way they move across the map in a chaotic but an intelligent chaotic fashion. And FIU Gold, we know a few of these players, we know a few of these guys. We saw them last tournament too. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to actually take down the Dragons, but certainly not impossible. It's very early in collegiate Halo. Anything can happen.
I mean, every single week's going to be different. That's something we have to assert right now. No questions asked. Teams are going to get better at different rates. It's all about improvement, not how good you are the week before, right? What did the results happen to be at that moment in time? These teams, every single day that they practice is just as important. And I promise you, University of North America Dragons, given that they got that second place, they won it first. They're coming to this week taking it seriously. FIU have got to do the same. Let's take a look at how our series is going to shake down, starting off with a little bit of CTF on Aquarius, Paul. One of these teams brought out one of the most exhilarating victories we've ever seen. That was the University of North America Dragons pulling off one of the most insane clutches on CTF Aquarius, following that up with a little bit of Slayer on Live Fire, which is honestly, I think, the most suited game type to the map, with some more oddball on Street, some Stronghold over on a Recharge, and finishing things off with Slayer on Bazaar. Paul, how you feeling about this?
I feel like this is going to be a very different series than our last one, right? If for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning of our most recent series, our first series of the day, I felt going in like we were sort of playing the quintessential game type on most of our maps. Here is a little bit more scrappy, and I think that's going to be a good thing for the Dragons, right? Aquarius is not like Bazaar, which we just saw between TAMU and ASU, right? A very structured, step-by-step process kind of map. First, you get mid control, you hold it there. Then you get another round of slays, you go pull the flag. Then you figure out where the enemy team is spawned, and you go along the outskirts of the map, the other side, back toward your base. That's not the case in Aquarius. Aquarius is more condensed, and there are a lot more pathways, a lot more cheeky angles for you to find scrappy fights in. It's a lot easier to do things like we saw Dragons do last time, right? Go for crazy plays where you just run out of nowhere and throw the enemy team off their rhythm, get a quick pull, a counter pull. We've seen a lot of flag standoffs here too. It is a fast-paced CTF map.
I think that's what excites me about the series in general, right? You mentioned the map types being a little bit weirder, but the big thing that I'm seeing, no Stronghold until later on in the series. You could consider Oddball and CTF to be a little bit more still objective based, of course, more than Slayer. But for the maps that we got, right, for it being Aquarius, and then I believe, oh goodness gracious,
Live Fire Slayer.
Live Fire for Slayer.
Thanks, producer, for helping
following that up with Oddball on Streets, I think we have just a really dynamic game inbound. And like you said, that spells out great news for University of North America Dragons, who don't even have to worry about playing what I would consider kind of the most strict in terms of rotations, in terms of map positioning game type in Stronghold until far later in the series. FIU is going to have to fight like hell early on if they want to win this.
Not a bad start, though. Nice little pick. Actually, that was the other way. I should know these teams. You would think I would know these teams, as I casted one, actually. Oh, no, actually, yeah, okay, so it is going to be a flopped. Yeah, we're going to flip-flop those names again. The red team, our Eagle team, is currently UNA Dragons. I recognize Maysky for certain. Already so deep there, too. Virtual Justice, not going to be able to make much of it. But the rest of FIU is going for a pretty heavy pinch. This is some hardcore aggression, and they've already got a flagpole.
They picked up an early set of 3 slays. I'm not sure if this is going to transfer quite as well as we saw UNA actually manage to come ahead with 3 of their own to defend it. But FIU are still here. They're still pressuring this flag. It's going to be returned regardless, and they could pick up a few more off the back of it. But as they go down to themselves, UNA is going to look to reset things and gain some map control. But they haven't even been given that. FIU have still managed to hold on to the center of the map.
Hunter Killers all the way around here, too. Ooh, does have to be careful. Wants to try and push for this flag, but it has to play his shields first. Isn't really sure where the enemy team is coming from either. While Hunter Killers is that far forward, the rest of FIU is struggling to actually help him out. The flag does manage to get pulled out into the open, but that's not a very feasible position unless FIU can actually get these next few slays, and with a perfect from Shaka, that's going to be pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, flag inevitably returned. Great control by Dragons, good understanding of the map. In fact, even holding the flag in the opposing side, FIU will return that as well. And this is a game that, I mean, like you said, can happen in the flip of a dime. As quickly as the game starts, it can end with either of these teams getting a point. They're both threatening flagpoles at any given point in time. Both of them are in each other's sides of the map. This is dangerous play. Dragons look at the pinch one of these side rooms, and they've got 2 members grouped up here. This looks to be a push for the flag.
Oh, if AMR could have gotten that pick there onto Virtual Justice, that would have just been the flagpole. But now you have to play for your shield. Nice Dynamo nade, though, catching the push in. Very well done by the Dragons to secure that, and overzealous there from your sandwich. Now, I mean, Dragons, they've reclaimed their shields. They can actually go for a very conservative flagpole through closet here. Oh, missed the second grab, though. And now the flag is in a very tricky spot.
Can juggle out of here. Not against 2. Nope, just catch a couple melees to the face. UNA Dragons now are slowly but surely marching this one back.
Well
Triple
done.
kill, though, for Virtual Justice. Sends it back home and keeps the balance. Not for long, though, as the flag's coming from the other side.
Yeah, Hunter Killer's doing a really good job. Recognize the pressure that was on the flag of FIU. So Hunter Killers just says, hey, guys, just stall them. I'll get their flag and pull them back. And between Virtual Justice and Pandemon, they do such a good job of flushing out the Dragons players. An early lead here for FIU. And, I mean, with Slays going their way, not quite, actually. This kill is important here. Maceky manages to do it. And now Dragons, they've got some pressure.
They can look to turn this into a pull. Virtual Justice, where do you want to take this one? Maybe mid-control. You're the only one holding on for FIU right now. They don't have much space to work with. UNA have completely surrounded their flag. Then there's not a counter pull in sight like there was in the last time that we saw University of North America Dragons go. But again, your sandwich. Good for 2. These multi-kills for FIU have come in so clutch.
And I just want to talk one more time about how important dynamo grenades are. You can see how much information, how much space is gained off of a well-placed dynamo nade. AMR getting flushed out there. We've seen them be so impactful in closet. So if you can control those dynamo nades, you get such better presence on the map.
And that presence starting to come to fruition with Dragons. Repushing back through the center of the map. FIU really committing to defense right about now, though. Pandemon has been playing nothing but hard defense. You'll notice Dragons have had virtually no one on their flag. They're playing everyone up in mid. They're trying to play their aggressive style. They've been punished for it in the past, but when you do play that, you keep the game on a knife's edge. Collecting that active camo now, AMR VA is going to look to try and transfer that into something tangible.
Oh, I always love the Halo ragdoll.
It's classic.
I love this game so much. Oh. AMR having a bit of fun there. He does have a heat wave too with the active camo, which is so strong. If you can actually catch the timing on somebody, a little bit dicey there and a little bit late too. He's going to lose his teammate instead of pulling out of that camo a little earlier. Nice flank here though with the heat wave in hand. Should be able to secure that one kill. Virtual Justice stabbing through the middle of the map. This is difficult for the Dragons regardless of the pressure they have inside the base. It's hard for them to get back across without getting contested. And Hunter Killers, meanwhile, he's got another pull, dude. What?
This is very realistic as well. Got into their half of the map now. It's up to Dragons try and recontest that. They've got 3 players here. 2 players down for FIU. With this return, no matter what happens, if they manage to return it, it's going to come with more aggression from University of North America, right? Because now FIU 2 members down are pushed back into the base. They've got to fight their way out, and they manage to. There go University of North America Dragons, nearly team wiped and sent back to spawn.
FIU have done a really good job right now of just sending 1 or 2 players back around the Dragons to just annoy them. Anytime Dragons get good control or up toward FIU's flag, there's somebody just being a nuisance from FIU. Usually it's Hunter Killers, but we've seen your sandwich or Virtual Justice get in on that action too. A nice push here from Shaka though,
Nice.
the 2v1. Shaka takes them both.
And right next to the flag at that, Hunter Killer still waiting around the corner here, though. It just shuts it down. Right in its tracks. That's a big one. And I love that they're just backing away. No need. Just buy time. Force Maskey to push you. And now Maskey, albeit on top of the flag, not for long. Great defense by Hunter Killer.
Really solid nade usage from FIU. Whether it's the Dynamos or just the basic frags, it has been ever so good. We're down to 6 minutes left. Still just that 1-point lead. So it's still tangible here for Dragons to make this close. But they need to find some way to shut down these awkward positionings that FIU are throwing at them.
I mean, they have control of the center of the map. Now they
Really
have control of
nice.
the flag. That's 2 kills up. Taking it back along the side lane, trying to back control with these grenades. Using the active camo, this is a bit of a stutter step though, right? This is risky because you're giving up the flag. You could have been pushing it in this time. They get it. Another player in the room though. Are they expecting the Shaka pulling to the side? Still goes down. And again, Hunter Killer on defense goes big. The grenade goes bigger though. Picks up a couple on the way through. And University of North America Dragons, can they get on top of this flag to pull it?
Just barely. AMR gets there in time. I really actually liked the discipline from that active camo that we saw from AMR, or from Shaka rather. AMR is not going to be able to live. This is still scrappy. This is what we were talking about with Aquarius, right? It's so dicey. Everybody's fighting all of the time, but Shaka coming out on top, not with any shields though, so he'll fall still. People are just waterfalling onto the flag now. This is so chaotic.
Oh, both teams, I mean, are 2 to 3 dead at any given point in time. They're just trading them back and forth, but North American Dragons, I think they fragged their way through this. This feels like a solid point. It's going to take a little bit. That's not how you want that to go. Oh, wait, a couple well-placed grenades here to deny this. How good are the shots?
No way.
How well can they play C? The flag gets there. Dragons again. Just muscle points through. They've bled players out, though. There's a counterattack opportunity here for FIU.
It's an overkill for your sandwich there. Yeah, Dragons, they capped, but it cost them their whole team. So now FIU, they get a pull of their own. Dragons, they're going to have to anticipate this position. I don't know how that wasn't a back smack, but either way, Shaka is trying to hold on to this, but just can't quite manage to do so. His shield's a little bit too low. So FIU, they're still pulling all the way through.
They've got to line up the firing squad here in mid. How many players can they take out? There goes one for FIU as the flag approaches. Boy, looks like it's going to go up on the board. No, not quite. Flag pull as well by Maskey.
Again!
Oh, no. It's deja vu in the worst of ways for Florida International. The flag down. Could he go for the 2-time? No, just sends the flag back out into open area. Picks it back up. Heading straight for UNA Dragons. And there's not a player in sight. Takes a moment to try and get the shields an opportunity to come back up. Sends it right back to the teammate. UNA now down to 1 player to muscle this one over the line. FIU still keeping players alive. Pull attempt looks successful, and Dragons, can they get it here to take the lead? They will, Paul!
How? How do they do this every single time? That's every time we've seen them on CTF Aquarius. They managed to get Maskey in at the very edge of things. It is an attempted counter pull here from FIU, but Dragons, they're holding strong, and they're going to get this return. So now, instead of 0-1 down, they're at a 2-1 lead. And with the heat wave here for AMR, they can look to push again.
I'm actually, am I in like Groundhog Day? What's going on here, Paul? It was Maskey from the exact same angle in the exact same way. This is ridiculous. And Dragons, like we said, I mean, they managed to hold off the counterattack, and now they still got control of the center of the map. They feel like they're coming alive. They're really stepping into their own shoes now, and they look like their former selves.
Flag does get taken here, so got to be a little bit careful. AMR pushing back, trying to cover this. This is a more difficult one, right? I mean, yeah, the flag didn't really make it that far. Pandemon does make it to the other side and is able to pressure that. The flag does actually get pulled out here, so FIU, they can look to actually pull this all the way across the map here. And Dragons, they're struggling to find an angle to approach this from. Between Virtual Justice and Pandemon, there was a lot of control of the map, but with Virtual Justice falling in mid, things get a little bit more even.
Mid control has felt firmly in the hands of Dragons though this entire time, right? When FIU were up 1 flag pull, it felt much more reasonable for them to hold in their spawn like that, but now it just feels like map control for Dragons. AMR is doing a great job. And I mean,
he's 25 and 13. I mean, he's just playing out of his mind right now.
It's worth noting AMR's had the heat wave and the active camo funneled onto him virtually the entire map.
Yeah, that is true. Really good control of the scavenging here for UNA Dragons. Like, outside of the Florida, they have the dynamo nades, but Dragons have pretty much everything else very consistently. This has slowed down a lot, though, in this last minute or so, and we've only got a minute 30 remaining. Florida, they have to play a little bit faster if they want to try and tie this game up and send it into overtime.
I mean, they were going, you know, Mach 6
This is faster.
earlier on, but
Nice nade.
it really slowed down in the
Gets
second
caught,
half,
though.
right? They got used to playing a little bit of defense. I think they are picking up the pace, though. They're going to go for a little bit of a Polsky here. Send it down onto the low ground. Nice dash out of the way. This is actually going to re-enable them to pull this flag even further because it's going to be bolstered now with mid control, but they still have not gotten there yet. UNA still have the opportunity to shut down these players and return the flag.
Yeah, there was an attempt there from FIU to send it all the way around. The Hunter Killers wanted to try and loop back around with the heat wave there, but I think he got caught with the shield still down, so the flag will get returned. You're sandwiched with a double kill. If he can make this 3, that's an easy flag pull. It does end up going over to Hunter Killers too, who still has that heat wave in hand, so the flag can get pulled once again. It's going straight into a lot of the Dragons though, so not gonna get very far.
Yeah, I think with only 2 slays, that one's not particularly real. I mean,
Ooh.
my words, Paul. No way. No way. Not even getting shot at. Wait, where's the Dragons? Dragons? Hey, you just feel
There's
like
nobody
making
here.
this exciting? Where's
Oh
team?
my.
Hello?
No way.
What?
No way for the third
He
time do we
that
go to
was
overtime with the
stroll.
Dragons, surely.
That was, I mean, skipped. He just strided. That was like the walk home from work. That wasn't even, there was no effort. You didn't need to.
1 second left, and that's it. I mean, we're going to sudden death yet again.
Wow.
Dragon, every single time. CTF on Aquarius, they just cannot win or lose in regular time. It's always OT with these guys. Oh, man. All right, we're coming back out now. Reset everything. Momentum, weapons, scavenging. It's all out the window now. Early priority over this camo is huge, but early slays are even better. Nice evade there, too, from AMR to keep himself alive.
Yeah, Dragons want to come out swinging here. They've got their eyes on the
so far
prize.
up.
I think they're going to go for this despite FIU still having members up here. Kill onto your sandwich. A second one with the double kill. They get on top of the flag, and I don't think there's going to be much of an answer. It's pulled onto the low ground. A counter pull from Virtual Justice.
Okay.
With active camo, how realistic is this? This is now dangerous territory. They will get it down to the side lane. Pulling the flag over.
They can't hit him. They don't know
can't-
where he actually
No, I
is.
don't think they
They're
can finish
peppering
this.
damage in. Okay, they
Okay.
found him now. Okay, good work. It is
But
traded
I
out, though,
think
so
the
that
counter
return
pull is still successful,
is
right?
very difficult. Yeah, it is contested right now. Both flags are in the same tiny little
Oh,
room.
this is awkward.
Everybody just chucking nades in. All right, it is returned though. Getting so dicey. Shaka's just trying to get that flag as far away as possible so FIU can't go for the cap, and he's running it all the way. No way. No way are we about to have a flag standoff in overtime. No,
Oh, we're
not.
not.
The Dragons flag is returned, and they've done it again. Again, the Dragons have defied expectations, come back from a deficit, and even though it got a little bit hairy toward the end of regular, they still managed to pull out a win on CTF Aquarius.
That's why I didn't even know what happened there with that last FIU pull. I'll be honest. I mean, we were hyped for the Dragons going for their crazy play, and then FIU just make a casual stroll across the map. I mean, we didn't see him, and then all of a sudden, you know, they became very nonchalant.
So wild.
And all of a sudden, the points are even. They sent it to an overtime, though, and that is firmly Dragons playing field. I do not think we've seen them lose in overtime in the time that we've seen them play. They show up every single time when it comes to overtime. They put a quick flag pull up on the board, and you know what? I respect that FIU went for the early pull. I love that they tried to use that active camo to their advantage and catch them off guard. But when you're playing that fast, when you're playing that scrappy, you're stepping right into the Dragons' den.
AMR, dude. AMR dropping over 30 on that map. 30 kills. And a ton of assists, well, a couple assists at least to go with it, too.
It's that heat
What
wave,
an
man.
insane performance from him. And
Yeah.
that just goes to show how important scavenging is, especially if you can get the heat wave. The heat wave, I think, is one of the best guns in, like, Halo Infinite full stop, right? Like, you get that double shot.
It's the
if
ammo
you're at the right
capacity.
range with that. Yeah, the ammo
Yeah.
capacity is really great, too. Like, if you pick up the heat wave, you can get potentially, like, 10 kills out of it right now. I mean, that's just absolutely insane. And things only get better for the Dragons too, right? Malthor UK, Malthoruk, however you pronounce his name. He was a sub as well for UNA Dragons, right? So now we're getting word that their normal fourth is off of work, has unbound himself from capitalism temporarily, and can play some more Halo. Pyramid's coming back in, and we saw how good Pyramid was. We saw how Pyramid good last time, though.
Pyramid, strong structures. You love to see him. Egyptians might have been on to something, but you know what? Huge shout out Malthrak. Look great.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in a game type that's
solid.
based on coordination, even if you don't pop off in slaves, I think the positioning was on top of it, especially there towards the end when they found those two-man groups. Malthrak really started to come alive. So thank you very much for subbing. Now back to our regular scheduled programming, though. We've got some Slayer on deck, and this is where things get interesting. You're not going to want to miss it after this break. Welcome back, everybody. Look at that. Surprise short break. Boom. Are we not the best? I feel like I'm like Santa come a little bit late.
Pretty late. Almost a week. Although, I mean...
Being on time was never my thing, Paul, but I deliver good presents, like being a minute
I was
early
about to
the next
say.
round. Yeah, you can't really complain too much.
You know, if you had to wait an extra week to get a bigger present, would you wait? That is the question.
This really
Luckily, you don't have to answer that because we've got it right here for you. It's Slayer on Live Fire, and this is... Look, if we thought CTF Aquarius was a chaotic map that played into the Dragon's hands, Slayer on Live Fire is even more so. It can be a bit slow at times when teams are sort of just figuring out the other's positioning and the other's strategies, especially when we get to that like mid game of Slayer. But when all four players are alive, it's a little bit slow sometimes. But then one player goes down and both teams collapse on each other a lot of the time, right? They will constantly push into each other. And I think especially for a team like Dragons, they're going to be looking to keep the pace going.
I think the fun part about Live Fire with Slayer in particular is that it's very hard to slow things down. You've got kind of holdable places, right? Like Tower and Garage that are feasible if you really do want to hide up anywhere. But if either team wants to play an aggressive game, both teams are going to be playing chaotically, right? There's nowhere that's safe on the map. It's really small. It's really chaotic. You're going to be moving constantly. And I think that not only is it chaotic, but I think this is one of the maps that highlights being able to have that natural communication between your team, right? Understanding each other's body language, where you want to go, having a game sense and an understanding of your teammates, because these decisions are going to be made on the fly, right? When you're getting pressured down through mid, whether you turn left or right, all of a sudden decides whether or not you're going to be grouped up with your team or not. And that's going to happen more than on any other map on Live Fire.
And I think this is going to be difficult for FIU, especially because when we were on CTF Aquarius, I think there were like 3 solid stages of regulation time, right? And then, you know, overtime came and it was chaotic and Dragons got through. But there were 3 like stages that we went throughout that map. There was the early game where FIU managed to have pretty decent control over the map, right? And keep the Dragons at bay. They were anticipating a lot of those reads and it was fast paced, but it was controlled gameplay. Then Dragons just did typical UNA Dragons things, threw themselves into the other team, made things as chaotic as possible, quickly got 2 caps again, but then things slowed down one more time. And I think for FIU, they've looked the best, the most competitive against the UNA Dragons when they've managed to slow things down, keep Dragons controlled a little bit. So I'm looking for maybe a little bit more long-range engagements, more, hey, let's go back tower and just spread out across the map, keep our scopes on the Dragons, and try to get these fights.
Hey, well, speaking of scopes, something we would be remiss not to mention, right? The power weapon in the center of the map, a sniper rifle that is really critical to a lot of team success, right? We saw C9 use it excellently over in the Rally Major, and I suspect that more teams, as they get their hands on it, are going to realize just how important it is, especially when you're talking about controlling things like mid in a Slayer match, which decides whether or not teams are able to regroup with one another. That makes a real difference, and now Pyramid's got their hand on it.
And AMR's got the heat wave too. Really nice early scavenging here
Nice.
from UNA Dragons, and it's going to be very difficult for Florida International. These are two power weapons too with a lot of ammo. You were talking about it with the heat wave beforehand. There's just a lot of snowball potential. You pick those up, you do well with them, and you carry them for so long. AMR's got his sights now too on Pandemon. Nades don't quite prep that how he wanted, but the heat wave shots ring true. He does get flushed out eventually. But Dragons off to a pretty decent start here. 9-6 currently.
I'm loving the trades from Dragons. Although this is a map that's fairly easy to trade out on because it's so quick to get to, right? You're almost always going to be within range of another teammate who can trade you out. You'll notice on this map in particular, it's the little percentages, right? It's getting one more trade than your opponent, right? Having one more player to back you up. And it's not a Slayer game that's often going to be won by a massive amount of kills, right? On this map in particular, a Spectacular is almost unheard of. But Dragons are slowly pulling themselves in, right? 1, 2 slays, and out trading FIU is how you're going to win this.
It's a narrow lead. FIU, they did do a pretty good job there. There's a little bit of a dicey engagement. It does get traded out. FIU playing together pretty well thus far, but now Dragons have figured that out, and they're starting to pinch their way on in. FIU, they're not able to keep this tower control, and with that active camo available... Actually, it wasn't even active camo. He just goes back there naturally. There's no camo on this map. I don't know what I was talking about. Overshields is going to be what comes up here over on that spawn, and I mean, Dragons, they should be beating Florida's punch here, unless Pyramid dies there. That makes it more difficult.
Yeah, it's really been up to Dragons, and when they push, they look fantastic, right? When they look to take something over, the game belongs to them. But in the meantime, FIU have done a great job of controlling parts of the map, right? Whether it's over at the overshield, whether it's been this heat wave, whether it was the couple moments that they had tower control, that's when they start pulling it back into range. And we're going to see that tug of war, that pull back and forth continue unless one team can figure out how to break that hold from the other. But FIU, as they line up on this side of the map, they're going to set themselves back up in tower where they managed to close the gap earlier on.
And we have seen Dragons struggle to assault this tower position before. In the finals of our first College Halo GG tournament, they lost here on live fire not once but twice because they struggled to flush out a tower position. But FIU are actually going to them.
Wow.
Oh, Dragons, they love that. An overkill here for Shaka. Oh my, I don't know if that was the right call, Florida. Now it's a 23-17 lead for the Dragons.
I mean, they were just a couple seconds too early to the sniper, but you know what? They'll take it. It will cost him a life down here as that player did come from mid, so they got separated away from the team. But they traded out beautifully. I love that from UNA Dragons. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? Having that game sense, understanding, hey, where is my teammate going right now? All three players knew exactly where, and although he died, they were there to back him up. Even in awkward situations like that, that live fire is going to force you into.
Nice little fight one there by AMR. Important too because he had the sniper still. He even finds the timing there on Hunter Killers and has a beautiful pinch onto your sandwich. Oh, if your sandwich dies too, that's going to be the heat wave going over to AMR. That's not at all what you want. They trade him out. So, okay, not quite going to be the case, but now Shaka is just going to pick up both.
Okay, how do you... This is a weird weapon combo. It is still good, right? One shot with each is going to get you
It's
a frag
just a
most
ton
of
of
the time.
damage.
But I think, yeah, Battle Rifle Sniper is, I think, a little bit more of a comfortable combo for a lot of these players. I think relying on a projectile hit for your second follow-up to the sniper is a little bit weird, so throwing that over wisely. UNA are going to continue gain control of this one. They're starting to extend that lead, right? We said it'd be minuscule. This is a hard map to come away with a solid lead on, but they're slowly extending it, right? It started out being 2, 3 slays. It's pulled itself all the way out to 8. And although it may not seem like the end of the world, that on live fire is pretty sizable.
Really nice nade there too, just forcing him out into the open. There's two players ready to catch. Dragons now, they have pretty solid control. Pandemon, nice work from him, picking up the Mangler, getting around for the double there, but he won't be able to find the third. So FIU still dragging behind by about 9 kills here. AMR is going to recover that Mangler now too. He's been so good with shotguns, point and click weapons, or AMR's bread and butter at this point, honestly.
Aren't most of them point and click weapons?
Okay, but you know what I mean. You hit one shot, they do big damage, point and click weapons. Door.
AMR goes for hero play. Picks up a couple
One
on
of
the
these
way
days,
out.
Door. One of these days.
Dragons are doing a great job, though. They've got that lead all the way up to 10. And although these point-and-click weapons have been good for them, they have not
I
been
hate you.
as good for FIU, who are cornered now in garage. They have grouped up, which often does look to be a good sign for them. But now Dragons have a clear game plan, right? If they can get in here and clean up 4 of these kills, they're going to put themselves in a winning position. As the kills get up to 43, this Slayer match looks closer and closer to being over.
It's really well done, and really good micro too, like individual play from Dragons as well. You can see at the end there, Maysky running around that corner. He knew that the wide open angle, he was liable to get headshot from behind him, so he puts his head down to, you know, keep anyone from giving him a nasty haircut. A couple of trades here for FIU, but they need something pretty insane at this point to claw this back. It's still a 9-kill deficit for them, and only 5 to go here for the Dragons. Sniper up. Maybe if FIU can get this sniper without losing anyone, then they can look to make this comeback happen. But now AMR's got the heat wave. Panama desperately trying to push in. The OS has been recovered too. Nice shot there.
Okay.
No scope off the rack for Pandemon. Doable, but still difficult here for FIU, especially with that kill.
Ooh, tries to go for the 180 there. Now, UNA going to scrap up 2 wherever they can get him. And we're going to head ourselves into the second half of this series. Now, this is something that I think is really going to be the decider. We said FIU had to come away early. The first 3 maps were by far going to be hard. They had to pick up one of them. But they get somewhat easier the longer we went on. We started off with CTF on Aquarius, which is the bread and butter of UNA. Dragons head over Slayer on Livefire, still up their alley. Oddball on Streets feels like the middle ground for these teams. It feels like the one of the first 3 that FIU could feasibly do.
Oddball on Streets is I think the map type combination that we've seen the Dragons struggle the most on. I'm actually not certain
I think you're actually
off the
right.
top of my head if they've won that at all. I know they've dropped it at least twice. There might be one win that I'm forgetting about, but it was close. The more they played it, I think the more they figured it out. And I think now, given that there's been a couple of weeks, I'm not certain that the Dragons are going to struggle on it as much as they did before. But it's more mortal, right? More vulnerable than we've seen the Dragons be before. I mean, Livefire Slayer has always been a really good map type for them. CTF Aquarius is chaotic. It's always close, but the Dragons seem to pull it out of nowhere every time they play there. So if FIU can manage to stabilize on Oddball, then there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the second half of the series looks so much better for them, right? Stronghold, completely team-based, objective-based, positioning-based. FIU can really come alive there. As for Slayer maps that you would consider more objective-based, you would consider them more team-based. Bazaar's right up at the top of that list. So the back half really does feel like it for them. The question is, how much team have they lost along the way? And how much of that can they regain in Streets? Can they rally up for the second half? They've had their moments, right? Individually, I thought that, Hunter Killer looked really, really good at moments. Pandemon as well. Your sandwich a little less hot on Slayer specifically, but there's one player I want to highlight who's just been, of course, the highlight this entire time. It's AMR. They've been getting a lot of the focus in terms of scavenging, which is, I think, somewhat bolstering their stats. And if you gave, of course, the scavenged weapons to, I think, any of the other players on University of North America, they probably do come up with some good points. But AMR's been so consistent with them. Get this, 9.0 KDA on Slayer on Livefire. We're talking about trades and it being hard to come away with big wins. AMR came away with big wins virtually every single time he was alive.
And, it's the optic effect, right? If you have a really good player, throw all the best weapons onto him, he's going to get a million kills.
Yeah.
If you have a Lucid, like, a player like Lucid, where, Lucid, everybody who watches HCS knows how good Lucid is. AMR, you want to throw all the weapons on him so that he can snowball like this, that's fine. The dude has been doing really well, whether it's snipers, manglers, heat waves, whatever you give him, he's been doing a phenomenal job with.
And you know what? We're going to hop into map number 3 now. AMR has been the carry for him so far, but can FIU shut it down? Oddball's been the toughest game type thus far for the Dragons. If there's ever an opportunity to do it, it's here. And we've gotten over the hill. The first 2 map types, the hardest ones to play up against Dragons against, are out of the way. How do you turn this one around? I think this is a great map for them to do it as well. I think, again, it makes it difficult to play against Dragons, right? Of all the oddball maps, of all the set positions, right? If you're talking about maybe the train station on Street, if you're talking about tower or garage on Livefire, they're really stronghold positions. But when you talk about stronghold positions on this map, it's a little more tricky.
Poor Shocker, dude. He just got blasted. He was not ready for 4 players to be watching tower there. And I mean, now there's no one in mid to contest that. A rocket there. Really nice start here for FIU. If you can connect this second rocket quickly, that's going to be a pretty easy pull. It goes wide.
I think they still get it.
Yeah, still really good control, and they can just bring it back into Tram, no problem.
Yeah, arguably the slightly better spawn to be able to pull it back into Tram. Oh, Pyramid's going for the cool jump. Sorry.
Yeah, he was trying to do the tech. Although he gets in here for free. He's already on the ball carrier. Nobody's here protecting Pandemon. There was nobody actually covering the other side of Tram, so this setup is completely broken already.
Wait, what? This is just the Uno reverse card being pulled out early by Dragons. I mean, they cascaded upon this position. FIU had mid control, and it was gone without a frag being given away. Dragons just somehow snuck their way in, set up perfectly for an execute, and executed.
This is where we've seen the Dragons struggle, though. They can get ball control. They're good at breaking setups, but setting up themselves has been a point of contention for them in the past. Actually managing to hold on to ball time has been difficult for them, and with a bunch of juicy nades into that stairwell, it's not getting any easier.
I mean, now this is the
We'll manage
Dragons
to
that we
actually
want
get a
to
hold of
see.
it, though, and actually get some points.
I like that they're setting up for the rotate here as well. Willing to move across the map. They try for some mid control, and with that player going down, I suspect they're going to turtle up a little bit more here in towards the train station. Yep, they do exactly that.
Funky.
Get the Bulldog going on this side of the map. Beautiful positioning by Dragons. A great response to losing a player, and thus FIU lose a couple more in return.
Macy's in a smart spot too. This is the setup that we wanted to see for the Dragons as well. You get that nice spread outside of the Tram, so you get early contact. You can feed info to Maysky, so him holding the ball, he's able to rotate away from players, keep a little bit more time, and then drop the ball when necessary to take some fights like this. Those spike grenades are a little bit too deep for Hunter Killers, and Maysky swinging on out, sliding down, supported by Pyramid with the rockets. This is looking really solid in this first round here. Already 54-14 in favor of the Dragons.
Yeah, and Pyramid doing something really difficult as well in that they're getting the rockets while still having the oddball. I mean, this is great mid control by Dragons, and Pyramid being bolstered up by these power weapons has just catapulted themselves up to 9 slays. It's getting pretty out of hand. This is now pushing in towards the B side. Dragons just leave the objective behind. I mean, Maysky's just chilling back here. Walks outside, has a nice little stroll. Here's a couple players coming in. Wisely throws it back out toward the center of the map where the rest of his teammates are, and cleans up a kill on the way. FIU is going to try to take it back into no man's land to try and at least stall Dragons from getting any more points up on the board. But as we say that, they bleed out players, and Dragons are going to be back in and trying to take over that oddball.
And that's one of the great things about going for a Tram hold, right? You get that mid control. You can work up toward B as well. So if FIU try to go for rockets or a ball in the middle, it's much more difficult for them to do so. The ball is getting reset, however. It's all the way out in the middle of the map now. FIU, they're just throwing their bodies at the problem, hoping that will solve it. They managed to mostly stay alive and trade out AMR. So it's not the end of the world for them, and now they can get some ball time their own.
I think the name of the game here for Dragons is just make sure that ball time isn't too much, right? Shut down and make sure that you have control of it. Because you do have a DC player, you're going to be down for a while. It's going to be hard to really control the oddball for any meaningful period of time, but they can at least stop FIU from doing it.
I mean, when AMR is taking fights like that, it's not as difficult to do. Ball gets chucked out back into the middle, too, so 89 points for UNA Dragons. They just need a little bit of scrappy time and a lot of room to play with, even though FIU, we have the reconnect here for Dragons now, too, so it's even more difficult for FIU. Dragons, all they need to do is group up, wait for all 4 of their players, break this setup one more time, and then hold on to the ball.
Nicely done by Dragons. I honestly, when you talk about Halo, I feel like learning to play with the DCs is just something that you have to do at this point. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. It's the nature of Halo. It doesn't matter which side you're on or how good your computer is. It's part of it. And Dragons played the hand that they were given really, really well. They're back in control of the ball. They didn't have to give away too many points to the DC, and thus are going to regain back over here in Tower.
And I think for Florida International, they're going to look back at that first round and really just regret the way they set up in Tram and didn't have anyone watching that. They weren't able to... One of the benefits of Tram is that reset that we saw the Dragons utilize for them, right? Florida wasn't able to do that. They lost it deep in Tram. Dragons just collapsed and were able to retake that control very quickly. Now we're going to swap spawns and go for one more time here. Dragons, they still need that second round of oddball if they want to wrap up this upper bracket final. A triple kill already, though, to start things off with some heat.
Ooh. Give me a little skull smacking going on, and now control back over to Dragons. Quickly taking over a tower. We haven't seen the hold from them quite yet, but I don't think they're going to be too bad at it. Individually, they have just been fragging out. Pyramid, who disconnected, is already working their way back up to being even with the rest of their team.
This is really solid thus far
Yeah.
for the Dragons. They got rocket control too, it looked like there. Yeah. Really nice stuff. And I mean, this is a difficult setup to break for Florida because even if you're able to take out those defenders on the periphery, by the time you get to the ball, the respawns have often come in. So it's hard to actually set yourself up in back tower, even if you're able to break the Dragons setup. You need some really dominant rounds of slays here.
I think the name of the game is actually the Bulldog in this position. If you can grab the Bulldog and take it to the back of tower, all of a sudden you close that range and make it a really difficult fight for Dragons. And FIU look like they're trying to do something similar, but without the Bulldog, right? They're trying to get behind tower and just frag their way through, but Maysky's just a little too good sometimes, I'll be honest.
Oh, Maysky is playing out of his mind. Look at that.
Another one.
He gets around him there. Hunter Killers didn't know where to look. And I mean, the ball is down currently. The setup has been broken, so at least there's no ball time temporarily for the Dragons. But
oh, Maysky,
FIU,
chill out,
they're getting read like a
chill
book.
out.
Maysky's on a tear, dude. He's just rolling through everybody. Eventually plays a little bit too far out and forward, but now the Stalker rifle's in hand for Pyramid. Solid control of the map, up to 38 points already, and things are looking so good for the Dragons.
Pyramid again controlling this mid, understanding just how important it is to hold it from the sides. Maysky goes in, grabs one and dips. Good for one. A little bit of funny movement going on there. FIU do come out on top, however, and they do trade a couple kills. They'll pick up the rocket launcher again, though, and that'll solidify the hold for UONA Dragons, who are honestly looking to take things home without so much as a whisper of a response from FIU here in the second round.
It looks like Dragons have learned from their previous mistakes on Oddball Streets.
They've really got it down.
And yeah, absolutely, right? They realized that this was a map and game type that they struggled with, and now they just absolutely have it. The rotations have been beautiful. Shaka's just spinning around, having a little bit of a dance party by himself. Well,
I mean, when Maysky's playing like that, you don't have to do much else, Paul.
Honestly, right? And I mean, it's been really solid setups too. Like whether they're in PD, tower, or tram, Dragons know where they're supposed to be standing to give their ball carrier the best chance to go for fights like this. Shaka just drops it and is easily able to take down those players. FIU, they scramble for the ball, but with a triple kill from Shaka, there's nothing they can do.
Good trade out, but unfortunately, Shaka already got value. Now it's Maysky holding the dome.
And that's it.
What a dominant oddball match. We were talking before we got into this about how it was the shakiest looking of Dragons map types. I don't think we can say that anymore, Paul. They have clearly hit the books this week and come back even stronger.
Just phenomenal performance from the UNA Dragons. And they managed to make it all the way to the grand finals without dropping a single game. A single game in any set. They have 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0 all of their opponents thus far. What a set two. And I mean, outside of CTF Aquarius, which is always scrappy for the Dragons, the other two maps were rather dominant, right? Streets, the only time Dragons looked like they struggled is when they had a temporary DC. Then, you know, Pyramid got back into the mix and things were done and dusted. Live Fire, it wasn't the most dominant scoreline we've ever seen,
but
they have solid control of it. They managed to get up to that 10 kill mark really early on and then just never lost it. There was never a point where Dragons looked like they were struggling to maintain control, or a round or two of slays that they gave over in huge fashion to FIU. And I think there were some flashes of brilliance for FIU Gold, to be sure, but it's at the end of the day, it's all Dragons here.
Well, you know, FIU get one more chance down there in the lower bracket up against ASU Maroon, who, let's be real, they're playing hot today. It's going to be a tough match for FIU, especially after it's hard coming down from the upper bracket, right? You're coming off of a loss and trying to turn momentum around. And both these teams, if FIU can beat ASU, I think it's a decent start, and maybe they get a better map lineup, right? As far as UONA Dragons goes, I think that's as good of a map lineup as they could have asked for. It's really up in their wheelhouse. So maybe they get to grand finals, they get a more playable into Dragons map setup for themselves, and all of a sudden things look a little different, but they've got to tackle ASU first. And honestly, for ASU, I think they want to get their hands on Dragons right now. They want to play some chaotic stuff. They want to keep playing as hot as they can, keep that momentum going their way. We're going to find out, though, what the results of that match are in just a second. We're coming back after the break with our losers finals. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting comfy and cozy here as we head down to the lower finals. We just had 6 riveting matches of Halo, ending in 2 quick wins for 2 big teams, one of which has a lot of steam going their way, and they're going to need it. ASU, coming off a hot one, has got to take down FIU for their shot at revenge against the Dragons.
Both these teams want revenge against the Dragons, right? FIU a little bit more recently, as we just
stings
come
a bit
off our
more. Yeah.
upper bracket finals with that 3-0. Dragons looking so good across almost all of those maps. CTF Aquarius is still a very hilariously wild map for the Dragons, but the rest of them were very dominant. So FIU, they've got to recover pretty quick here. They're feeling a little battered right now, whereas ASU, they are on a hot streak in the lower bracket. Way back in upper bracket round 2, they also lost to the Dragons. It was 2-0, but I mean, the rest of this has been all ASU Maroon. The second they got knocked down to the lower bracket, they have not dropped a single game since. It's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and recently a 3-0 versus TAMU just earlier today. So they are absolutely fired up right now.
I think there's 2 players in this lobby that we should be looking for, Paul. And unfortunately, as much as I want to give FIU credit, they didn't get the opportunity to showcase that against the Dragons in the last one. If they want to build a team, they got to do it here. They'll make those names as the series goes on, but there's 2 names I want to focus on in the lobby for now. Eagleist and Aeronomics. Butterbeams, Jellybeams, no offense, guys. You guys are doing a great job holding down anchoring for this. But 2 players here are the ones who are going to give you the opportunity to win against Dragons, because you have to have that star power if you want to beat the UONA Dragons. And they've got to maintain that momentum going in through this series and try and take down FIU as quickly and as powerfully as possible. Try and save a little bit of that magic for later.
Yeah. And at least early on, ASU, they're feeling great about where we're returning to, right? They just beat TAMU on CTF Bazaar. It was a 3-1. It was pretty dominant. ASU doing a really good job of controlling the middle of the map and then playing the pace that we want to see out of a very smart team for CTF Bazaar. It's a very step-by-step map. You got to slay the enemy team once, twice, grab the flag, and then probably do it a 3rd time while skirting the flag around whichever side of the map you can get control of in the middle. ASU looked pretty good doing that earlier. FIU, we haven't seen them on CTF Bazaar, I believe, ever in our 2 tournaments. So
At least on broadcast.
they have looked like a good team when things have slowed down a bit and been a bit more regimented, right? Like we saw that way back on CTF Aquarius when they were able to slow the Dragons down. So I don't think this is a bad map for either of our teams to start off on.
No, and honestly, I mean, if you look at them, they seem relatively decently well-matched heads up, right? Both of them played TAMU, ASU winning it somewhat more decisively, right? 3-0 versus 3-2. So it's worth considering that is with the momentum that they've had going into today. I have no clue how ASU played in any of the other days. It seems like the lower bracket has been a strong run for them thus far, but they've got one more person they got to tackle. We're ready to hop into map number 1. And like you said, Bazaar, CTF, nice and slow. This is exactly what FIU needs to do. Build steam. I think it's a great place to do it.
For CTF Bazaar, though, we are always focusing on that mid control, right? 5 super important spawns. Obviously, the power weapon, rockets, and the power equipment in the overshield, but also grappling hook, dynamo nades, bulldog down in the underground too, right? And this early game can determine the pace of the rest of the, at least for first 5 minutes.
Starting things off with a little bit of action. Getting the lockdown in mid, though. Jellybeams of ASU fame. That is ASU in the red, and of course FIU in the blue. Controlling the mid, and they're trying to control the spawn, set themselves up. This is something that we saw them do earlier on, right? Play very patiently, which is a little out of character for them, right? They look to play chaotic and fast in a lot of these, but they seemed almost hesitant to step into the opposing team's territory when they're trying to make a move, unless there was 2 to 3 dead. And you know what? They won for it, and here they're going to show us that same methodical approach.
Your sandwich has to survive here, has to try and maintain this control of the BR spawn room. Not quite able to get around there, and he actually goes out into mid too, so bar is now completely open. And ASU, they can pressure into the enemy base a little bit here. They could also hold on, right? As long as they maintain that control, they can wait for the next round of spawns in mid. Your sandwich is admittedly doing a pretty decent job of at least keeping ASU back, but the problem is FIU, they're not confidently getting this round of slays, so they're not able to leave their own base. Your sandwich trying to make a play, and he does so beautifully. I
mean, how many times did your sandwich take the shields off of Jellybeams there until finally you actually get the kill you're looking for? Oh, Eagle, this would be a mean one. This would be a mean backslap to get. Instead, just tries to go with good old bullets. Neither of which look successful. Can't pick a target, unfortunately. It's a little confused on the way, and now it's FIU with control of mid. Great patience and great strike back to now look for a flag pull themselves.
They're up here fast, too, right? ASU, I'm not sure they were quite ready to defend that so quickly, but they do manage to stabilize, so no harm, no foul. This is the push and pull we see on CTF Bazaar a lot of the time. Spawns are back up, overshield, 400 killers, and he's able to just immediately clock Egoless there. Does lose the overshield, but a nice thrust for the double kill. Beautifully played by Hunter Killers.
That's 3 down for Arizona State University as well. You want to look to make the play right here and right now. Could be a 4th going down for them on top of that. FIU have got to get their eyes on the prize, though. Start making a move towards that flag, and they do, but I think a little too late. ASU got the spawns in time.
Yeah, but they don't have any positioning. They're stuck on top of their flag. FIU are going to be able to pressure in from multiple different angles. There's nowhere to hide for ASU, and FIU are picking them apart.
Flag pulled. ASU, how do you want to respond to this?
Really
This could be it. Bulldog, yeah, flag shut down in a pretty reasonable position to try and recover here for ASU. I think that's going to be a return. Absolutely no problem. We're looking at the next set of spawns, though. That rocket launcher coming up in just a couple of quick moments. Denies the backslap as well. This is a big moment for ASU to try and fight back.
FIU, they're going to try and contest this. Jellybeans is here, but he's wary of actually pushing out. Losing his shields, he's going to have to play his life here. Bulldog trying to run forward, but nice
Big
movement.
stuff.
Just the stutter stepping there from your sandwich to completely avoid the Bulldog. FIU, they're doing really well.
I mean, take a look at Virtual Justice, Your Sandwich, and Hunter Killer. Absolutely dominating across the field. Meanwhile, it's kind of just egoless on the side of ASU, who's coming up with the goods right now. We said they needed to carry that heat into the grand finals, but so far, it's a little bit of lukewarm and a whole lot of cold more than anything else as FIU make a stab towards the flag.
ASU playing defensively right now. They realize that FIU are going for the push. Jellybeans in an open position. He was trying to go for that cheeky off angle, and he manages to actually get the kill and get out with his life. So your sandwich is going to be forced off. Butterbeam's coming around from mid too. Rough stuff for FIU. They've been trying to go really fast into those pushes, right? The second they get a little bit of pressure in mid, they are just sprinting into the base, and ASU have done a good job thus far of playing back and controlling those pushes and then re-establishing this mid control. If they can get this overshield, that will really help them out. A trade means it at least won't go over to FIU for the moment.
This game's been made really interesting by the fact that the overshield and rocket launcher spawn times have been completely desynced from one another. I think by a good 20 seconds or so at the very least. Yeah, I mean, overshield's up and rocket launchers virtually nowhere in sight, and so it's much more often that teams have to make pushes out to mid in order to grab these power weapons because their value has been raised so significantly just due to the scarcity of them.
Love this position of Aeronomics, but it's difficult for him to stay there. Really nice nade to flush him out of bar. ASU, they're trying to push in. They do manage to trade themselves out pretty well.
It's reasonable.
Really well done by ASU, actually taking the pressure that Aeronomics exerted up in bar and using it for a mid push. If they can get this tree player, this should be a pull.
I love that. They identified that last player, soloed him out, and got the 2v1 as well. They weren't content with just finding 3 slays and then trying to go for the flag. They get more out of it, and now they're going to make it real. Going for the pull now. Aeronomics dragging it across, gets it through the doors. This is very, very dangerous now for FIU. As we know, Bazaar 1 point can decide the whole thing. These doors are awkward though, because you can have players on both sides. Flags pulled to the other. You have to give away a life for that. That's just something you're going to have to concede if you want that point. Now the flag's just a little bit out of return range for Virtual Justice. You got to fight your way through, but unfortunately, the spawns for ASU really good. The return nearly there, and it looks like it's going to happen. FIU in the nick of time are going to get it back.
That all comes down to that dynamo grab that we saw from, I believe it was Hunter Killers for Florida International. Especially when the flag is in doorways, the dynamo nades make it so difficult to approach from either side of the door. That stopped ASU from surviving a grab at the flag and actually falling. Florida International, they were able to spawn quicker and get themselves there. So they avoid the cap going over to ASU. We've got, looks like 6 minutes on the clock here, and things reset back to the middle of the map.
And with that, the spawns of those power weapons have resynced up. That means that this round of power weapons is that much more powerful. And I believe ASU got their hands on both of them. This could get bloody.
Rocket's here for Jellybeams. He needs to connect these, though. ASU, they have to manage to make this pull the one that works. Otherwise, things are going to reset once again and get real dicey. Oh, the clamber! The clamber right there is so unfortunate. A great push, just running at the player with rockets, forcing himself to trade out. But ASU, they're still able to get to the flag.
And I mean, pushing the rocket launcher player, again, something you have to think about doing at any point in time. Force them to trade themselves out. You take one of the power weapons off the shield. But now it's awkward. Aeronomics left without a teammate in sight. You might be able to buy time here, actually. You might be able to buy enough time for the flag to come in.
way.
Oh, no. It's all of a sudden falling apart for FIU. It looks so certain that they could shut the pull down from Aeronomics, but he just sets up a camp there, pitches a tent, and says, I will not leave.
I can't believe he survived after getting hit with the plasma
That's
pistol
wild.
charge there, dude. His shields were instantly gone, but ASU, they managed to exert pressure on the rest of FIU and keep Aeronomics alive. There's nobody to
definitely a
contest this
pull.
now. That's going to be the first point for ASU as we hit 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. ASU take their lead.
The presence of mind of Aeronomics just stay alive as well. ASU made a mad dash to help out their teammate, but I mean, that's the kind of fluid and on-the-fly play that... Wait, what a sick nade. Wait, what? Okay, that was really sick.
And I've really been liking the different roles for ASU, right? It seems like Eagleless has constantly been like their main firepower. Jellybeams and Butterbeams have just been the solid players that like hold space for ASU. And then Aeronomics, he's the tricky one, right? Sometimes he's out fragging on the front lines with Eagleless. Sometimes he's just weaving his way through Florida International. He's a very smart player right now. This is decent amount of slays for FIU, but I don't think they're getting mid control off this. They could maybe get to the overshield, but nah, it's denied.
I mean, to back up what you were saying about Aeronomics, I mean, he was the one that managed to get the flag kill in the last round. Just with like
Exactly, right?
just with crazy smart positioning, understanding where the other team wanted to go. Oh, you get away. How long? It's like, oh, this has become a horror game for your sandwich.
Yeah. Chased down there by 2 players as well. There's very little chance he was ever going to get out of that one. Hunter Killers has managed to stab in and is at least keeping ASU on their toes. But this is a desperate dash for the flag right now, right? He's going to need his team to come up really huge behind him and slays, and he's pretty much the only one standing right now.
A flag pull, but hardly a flag take as he's catapulted in the sky. He goes blasting off once again. Butterbeam's now in for the defense as the flag's returned and the game is back to normal. FIU, if you're them, how are you approaching this ball? Because I feel like we've got a bit of a moment of reprieve here, right? Neither team is firm control of mid. Spawns of those power weapons aren't coming up for a hot second. We've got a moment to breathe here for FIU to strategize in only a couple minutes to equalize the points. What are you doing?
There is still 3 minutes available, right? And it's only 1 point you need to get. So I kind of like to see FIU play for these spawns in mid, right? Scavenge really hard in the next minute when they all come back up. But the Rockets going over to ASU, that makes that really difficult because even if you manage to get this mid control, even if you push into ASU, suddenly you've got a rocket launcher in your face just like that.
It's one, but again, ASU, I think, are willing to play this slow. They don't even need the pull necessarily, but they're going to play and keep them back in their spawn as long as they can. Aeronomics stabbing out. They can control mid. They'll definitely hear this coming. Panamon around the corner, though. Oh, what a rocket. Shuts it down now.
It's all open.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, Butterbeams, he's going to be the one grabbing that flag.
Whoops.
Oop. He's got the grapple. That's what's going on. Yeah. So he's going to try and chuck it across the mid here. I mean, Overshield picked up 2 from Aeronomics. It just feels impossible at this point for Florida to actually hold on to their flag. Aeronomics knows exactly where he's looking for that player, too. Doesn't quite have the health to make that happen. And the problem for FIU is even though they're going to get the return on their flag unexpectedly, this is just so much time bought off the clock. We're down to 1:40. They've got to run in here desperately. And you can see, look at their positions right now. They are just waterfalling into a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's the name of the game, right? If you just make the fight sloppy, nobody gets points. And that's totally fine by ASU. There's a map that you can win by 1. It's going to happen a lot of the time with 1:20 on the clock. It becomes far less possible. Aeronomics gets behind him. And just get a flick on there just in the nick of time.
And the mid control's been so good for ASU, too.
Yeah.
It feels like every single
Have they lost a power weapon?
No, I don't think they've lost a power weapon or a power... they haven't lost rockets or the overshields even once for more than like a second or 2, right? It's been so good for ASU, and they're getting most of the spawns on stuff like Grapple and Dynamo as well. FIU, they are here. Once again, your sandwich, he's going to try and go for the pull. I don't know if he has the information out in mid to actually make this happen, though. Look, he's heading right towards 3 of the ASU players.
I mean, you got to go for it eventually, right? Like, you don't have many options. The only thing to do is frag your way through. And your sandwich, I mean, credit where credit's due. ran in, got the first one, hops on a flag, and all of a sudden, they've gotten something tangible that they haven't had in moments past. Going for the melee, isn't able to equalize the kill, and Arizona State taking a very cautious approach to this flag, slowly approaching it, controlling this high ground. Beautiful flag return.
Eagle is just so aware right now, dude. 31 again. That's the second time today that he's dropped over 30 kills in a map. That's insane. Keep in mind, Eagle is playing on mouse and keyboard, by the way. We got confirmation of that. What a ridiculous player to just lock down so many of these kills. And that is a 1-0 win and a 1-0 lead now for Arizona State University.
You'll love to see it. That's exactly how they want to start this out, right? Get that ball rolling as quickly as they could. And I love the methodical play from them. I feel like they look at their best when they're kind of at that mid-pace, when they're playing at something average. Not necessarily a super fast-paced Dragon style, but just play the objective, understand your win conditions, and play to that. They can adapt very, very well.
They know what they want to do next, and they have a couple of sneaky ways to accomplish a lot of their objectives, right? Really relying off Eagleists to constantly be applying pressure to the enemy team, and Aeronomics to find cheeky openings that are a little bit unorthodox, but not so unorthodox that they're bad, right? It's not like these crazy things that only work once and it's never going to happen again. Aeronomics has just been finding really nice angles and timings onto the enemy teams, whether it's been FIU here in this first map or all three maps against TAMU. It's really solid right now from ASU Maroon. They get a 1-0 lead, or a 1-0 win rather, on CCF Bazaar. Not the most dominant we've ever seen. Actually, they looked even a little bit more dominant when they played against TAMU. It was that 3-1 victory, right? But still, a win's a win, and they're going to take it.
And you know what? We got to shout out the Beams brothers, who we just found out are actual brothers. You called them anchor in the team, holding it down, and it honestly does feel like that. They are so consistent in their control of the map, and I felt like that was the best display we've actually seen from them in particular. Mid was theirs the entire time. The entire time. How many of those miraculous nades do we see? I mean, I actually just completely stopped mid-sentence for one of them. It's just perfectly placed to back up a teammate, and it's stuff like that that you can't really see on the scoreboard, but really, really matters in games. They've been playing fantastically, and as they head into Slayer, this all of a sudden, again, goes on the backs of Eagleists and Aeronautics to find those big frags and the multi-kills that pulled them ahead. Last time, though, we did see them play on Aquarius. Very different Slayer game than on Recharge.
Well, I think the problem here for FIU that they've sort of had in all four maps that we've seen them today have been their struggle to maintain strong presence over a lot of the spawns, right? A lot of the equipment, the scavenging game has been a little bit difficult for them. Whether they were playing up against the Dragons or now against ASU, they've been struggling to actually get important items like rockets, overshields, camos under their belts and get the most use out of them. We go to Recharge, we get active camo and the energy sword in the mix, especially for Slayer. If you get those on the same player, oh my word, it can get really out of control really quickly.
I think one of the big ones for this map, especially when you talk about energy sword being on the field, is grappling hook, actually, right? We've seen it constantly be used to great effect. Oh, in tandem with camo or the grappling hook. Honestly, it comes, and it's about how much value you can actually get out of that energy sword. Because usually, it's almost one guaranteed, but the second you start getting into 3-4 kills with that energy sword, you start getting into dangerous lead territory.
Slow start here for both of our teams as we head out on to Recharge for Slayer, our second map of this best of 5. Nice angle here from Virtual Justice, gets a good amount of info. And actually, ASU, they're kind of pinched up here. A nice nade is going to keep Virtual Justice off, and I mean, he should just be dead here. He should just be dead here. He should. Okay, there we go. It took a second, but they got the pinch. It's really difficult to survive around that pillar unless you have a teammate to play off of.
Good start, though, for FIU fighting back. ASU happened to have a really good spawn, though. They've set this up beautifully because it's hard to break, even with an energy sword, right? You have to hit a mantle here, which is just always going to put you at risk. It's a moment when you're not shooting. It's a moment when you're not moving in any unpredictable pattern. And thus, it's really hard to clamber onto that high ground, even with an energy sword. And that's why that grapple that we talked about earlier is so important.
In ASU, they spotted that the energy sword is down now, too, so they're not afraid to take these longer angles. Ooh! You can get it. Okay, good stuff. Good work there, Virtual Justice. And actually, that's super important now, too, because that top yellow position was really annoying for FIU to actually try and make a lot of their rotates happen. It is an 8-5 lead right now for ASU, but really strong positions on the map here for FIU.
Max is looking good so far. No power weapons are coming up for a while, so I suspect both teams are going to be fairly content with their positioning right now. Save for Aeronomics, who has just done it all alone. Honestly, looking really good for it as well. ASU looks to make a push in here, though, from yellow, and it's already looking successful.
And when it comes to Slayer here on Recharge, there's so many angles you have to constantly be worrying about. Setup here is really important. Top yellow is strong, but so is tower and that top A position that you see ASU setting up in. It allows them to keep constant angles on anywhere FIU can actually approach them from. Nice timing there from Pandamon, but I mean, even with that stick, the energy sword still in Aeronomics' hands. ASU still with a 16-9 lead.
Yeah, it's starting to really extend that as the positioning becomes better and better for ASU. Can they really solidify it? I suspect this second round of power-ups is really going to be the best opportunity FIU have to get back into things. And you know what? They've at least got something onto jelly beams here for ASU, so that's going to be pretty hard for FIU to equalize
He's got
on.
Mangler too. Right, he can get in here really nicely. Beautifully done. Two-piece without any issues for jelly beams. ASU, it was close until it wasn't at the beginning of this game, Dory. It's now 22-9.
And I love where the kills are coming from, too. Jelly beams and butter beams starting to show up. The two players that we highlighted the most in terms of fragging and slaying ability, Aeronomics and Eagles, haven't had to pull too much weight. Look, I don't think there's ever a time when grenade kills aren't funny.
Your sandwich is just refusing to go down without sticking somebody, dude. Every time he turns a corner, he just chucks a plasminate into somebody's head. And actually, it's worked out pretty well. FIU, they get a really nice round of slays. They recover that energy sword. Now they've got solid control of that A and tower position themselves, and they've forced ASU back into more difficult spots to assail from.
ASU holding strong, though, at this energy sword. They still got to hold it for a hot minute, though. FIU have shifted their weight that way. This fight could determine whether or not they hold on to their lead or not. FIU looking to push out now. Melee's going back either way. FIU slowly getting control. Looking the repulsor. Do they get the energy sword? Follow up here from ASU as the spawns come in is okay. Aeronomics could choose to push this, but I think you've got to concede it to FIU.
Oh, your sandwich actually sneaks in and snags that active camo too. So FIU, they get the spawns that we've been looking for them to actually try and play this close. It's still a 30-16 lead. Make it 31 as Jelly Beams takes down yet another player. And Pandamon's pretty stuck. Back batteries there. Yeah, there was no way he was ever getting out of that one alive, even with Hunter Killers trying to suppress Egoless. It's still such a massive lead, and Egoless recovering the energy sword. FIU, it just feels like they're unprepared for the positions that ASU are playing from, and these individual fights are going so well when you have players like Egoless alive.
Wait, how many? Why do I feel like there's two energy swords on the field?
There absolutely are. The
okay,
first
they just held it
held on
forever.
to so long that the
That's
second
wild.
one spawned. Yeah.
I thought I was seeing double. I thought.
Can we just sword fight? I'd really like. Hey, do me a favor, Egoless. Can you just run over to? I think it's Hunter Killers right now. Can you go fight him? I think that'd be really entertaining.
That'd be awesome. I mean,
never mind. Never mind. He doesn't. Panamon was the one with the sword, and he doesn't even have it anymore. So scratch that.
Tough luck, man. Butterbeams now has picked up the Sword of Destiny, so it seems it's been Sword of Death more than anything, as whoever holds it seems to just go back to the grave. Egoless has still got theirs.
That ASU are playing from. This is why the energy sword, like we have two of them online right now, right? It's because they're not afraid to take these long-range engagements. They're just winning out in these fights.
What?
Beautiful nade. The Hail Mary there actually bouncing around the corner, finishing off that kill. Really well done. Hunter Killers, he's doing what he can right now, but he's being pressured from all sides. He doesn't even know where to look to try and take that energy sword into a fight.
I'm convinced this energy sword isn't getting like much use at all in this Slayer game because they haven't
It's more like a curse than a benefit right now.
They haven't meant neither team has comboed it with grapple or repulsor or the active camo for that, and that you really do have to get it with some sort of movement ability in order to back it up, but it's just not happening for anybody. Active camo dash for Aeronomics, and they will get this at the very least.
And it's 48-26 right now. This is the second time today that we're going to get a Steak-tacular for ASU on a round of Slayer. They look so clean on Slayer, Dora, and that is it. The Steak-tacular again for ASU, a dominant map of Recharge Slayer.
Nice finish on recharge. A map that can get up pretty sloppy. All but you talked about it. It's those 1v1s individually that really came to play for ASU. We had a couple of the players show up who weren't really doing so as much before, right? Between jelly beams and butter beams. Just absolutely came alive that Slayer game, and that's what you really want to see, right? With all those players being able to perform, of course, Eagolist and Aeronomics putting up numbers as they always do. They're heading into a potential map 3, another potential 3-0. The only maps ASU has dropped so far have been to our number 1 seed, who's waiting for them in the upper bracket, but that is provided that they can win some oddball on streets. Something that FIU certainly struggled a good bit with against Dragons. We thought it'd be a decent map type for him, but it was a slog.
One of the things about oddball streets, though, is it can snowball pretty effectively. Like any individual round, based on who gets that first approach. The first round where we saw FIU against the Dragons, they actually started off well. They got that first pull on the ball, but then they fumbled that first tram control, right? They didn't have anyone covering behind, and they gave tram as well as the ball over without resetting it out into the open area, which is what you want to do if you get pressured in tram and you can't hold on to your setup anymore. So that was like one fumble, and then it just snowballed from there. FIU were never able to retake control in the first round, and in the second round, they didn't get that first control, and they really struggled to break the Dragons setup. So while it's certainly been an uphill battle thus far for FIU, if they can start off with a little bit of heat, break the momentum that ASU Maroon has been carrying, there's still a chance for them to pull this back.
You know what? They got one more map to do it. We're going to give them a little bit of a breather, grab some orange slices and some juice boxes. It's halftime. We're sending you guys to a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, we've got another map coming up for you guys. The series is not over yet. ASU have FIU pinned to the ropes, and the ropes don't look particularly bouncy, Paul. They look hard, and they look easy to fall over, as they've nearly been knocked out of the ring.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're not even pinned to the ropes. They're just tied up in them, and the rope's made out of, like, carbon fiber.
I see. No. Yeah, it's like they're tied up in the rope. They're set up for, like, the finishing move, you know? I got the whole.
Either way,
yeah.
we have roast metaphors for days.
It's not doing great.
FIU, they don't have maps for days. They got to pull this off right here, right now. In Streets, Oddball, this was a game type they struggled on earlier in the upper bracket finals. UNA Dragons really steamrolled them here. FIU, they had one good pull, right? When they spawned in Tram, they were able to pull the ball toward Tram really effectively, but then they lost control very quickly. So as we move in here, they're going to spawn in Tram to start this off again. Not able to actually take down Aeronomics, though. He's pressuring them, keeping them at bay.
Aeronomics down the sideline, though, getting taken down. That's going to allow Bulldog control over to Jelly Beams. Immediately gets one. 2 power weapons controlled. It's just the skull that needs to be picked up here. Hunter Killer's got an FIU. A good start. This is how they started out last time, though, before they got ring around the rosied by Dragon. So let's wait till they can hold on. But they've got a lot of great tools to do so.
Yeah, Hunter Killers does have that rocket launcher in hand. They're going to be able to spread out this time, too. Oh, Aeronomics, he almost hit the nerd jump. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky there. And there's the rocket launcher, too. Insult. Or actually, I guess that's injury to insult, rather.
Yeah, that's a much more apt description.
Hunter Killer's coming around now, too. He's used both those rockets at this point. So he's just trying to trade effectively. Keep a lot of presence. You want to keep presence outside of Tram to keep players off of the ball. Give yourself time to respawn once that goes through. Wow, your sandwich, that's really deep presence. I don't know if you want that far forward, although Nice Nate at least trades himself out 1-for-1.
Virtual Justice now in control here for FIU, racking up a pretty sizable amount of points. In fact, that's almost half of them for the round. FIU have come back with a vengeance so far. It's far from done yet. You can't hold on to this for too long for fear of allowing the other team to get control of it, but I suspect FIU, they're not even tossing this off the balcony. Despite all the pressure that's being applied to them, they are just holding on to this oddball, and they're not going to give it up. Finally deciding to try and toss it out, but it'll stay in Tram regardless. All the points are going to go to whoever gets here. It's all about swings now. And now that ASU has got their hands on it, they can rotate it wherever they like, and they've got great spawns to do so.
I'm having flashbacks to that first round against the Dragons, dude, where FIU weren't able to get the ball out of Tram before they lose it, and therefore they gave control away. At least FIU are assailing back into Tram better than they did against the Dragons, though.
Yeah,
they managed to get 2 down, and they forced the rotation out towards B and Red Room. That's just an absurd amount of nades for none of them to be landing for Pandemon. Poor dude. Rockets has been picked up here. That rocket, I don't know how that didn't take Pandemon down. He actually had no health. His shields and his health bar were basically completely gone. He barely survived that to get that kill.
Your sandwich attempts to pursue an enemy, smashes his face into the wall. Concussion has been gotten, and now the oddball will not be. Thrown back into no man's land in a complete slog for it. Slowly but surely, though, ASU are bleeding out. This is 2 for 2 now. Aeronomics from the high ground being taken down. It's huge for Florida International University, but they can't quite get the oddball off that one slay alone.
This is a really difficult position to take it back from, so I wouldn't be surprised if it just resets fully here. Nah, okay, they are able to get it into Tram. 60-15 is the lead for FIU as they're setting up once again inside of Tram. Jellybeans is here and ready to catch that rotate early. It has a lot of nades to pressure FIU, and ASU, they're doing a really good job of getting in here. And once again, FIU, they're going to lose control and fail to throw the ball out of Tram.
Yeah, their reluctance to toss this oddball is really biting them in the butt right now. It's allowed ASU to fight back, but it hasn't allowed them to get a lead. I think
that time it was less reluctance to toss the ball and more we couldn't toss the ball anywhere because they were trying to come up the position you see Hunter Killers in right now, but they were still way too far back to actually get rid of that oddball and throw it out into the open. So ASU, now they can set up. They're up to 41 already. And FIU, they don't have a ton of time to get in here.
Oh, man. Virtual Justice. Oh, my goodness. Flicking back and forth either which way, dealing with 2 players at once. Butterbeam's now been forced back into a corner. This is chaotic, and not many people are going to be putting points up on the board. ASU, though, have 3, nearly 4 players completely surrounding this area. Spanker's online, gets himself 1. Oddball now being thrown back out into no man's land. FIU understand this one's a little too close for comfort, but yet they managed to get it anyway. That's so close, but I mean, they got to inch this one over the finish line, right? They got 50, 60 points right off the bat. This is where they would want to close things out.
This is one of the things about Oddball here on Streets. It gets really scrappy if somebody isn't able to set up control firmly. Everybody respawns everywhere on the map, and they just funnel on top of the ball. But now FIU, they're set up once again It's far back though, right? It's not very comfortable. ASU, they're able to get in here. Good cover though. And FIU, they've maintained control for once.
I mean, what they don't need is comfortable, Paul. What they need is 10 points, however they may come. Oh, my head. Please, observer, anybody else but this. Thank you very much. FIU get themselves around, and it feels pretty comfortable at that, but how much of that was to that early hold that ASU had to give up?
And now we flip the spawns and go back in. Keep in mind, Halo Infinite oddball. You got to win 2 out of 3 rounds. And with a nice kill there onto your sandwich, a little bit of pressure, the Bulldog control here. Butterbeams is in a very solid spot to yoink this ball and check it back to his team. The question is where do you take this, though? Because Tram has just been run over, and you don't really have much information out toward A. Now the spawn comes through, and you can chuck it that direction. Up. Okay, when it doesn't hit your buddy. There we go. But FIU, they're already here. They anticipate this rotate door.
Oh, a couple of nice melees. Great little grouping, though, by ASU. And honestly, Butterbeams, again, that super supportive playstyle is coming to fruition right now. FIU, like you mentioned, are in position to do it, but that ball is far from in a solid position, especially with spawns being across the map and mid-control still belonging to ASU. They're going to take this moment to spread back out across the map. They're going to pick up a couple weapons on the way here. Unfortunately, they don't have the big one. That's FIU, and the Spanker does some spanking.
Yeah, the rockets here is very difficult to assail. ASU, they kind of need to just chuck themselves in at this. Okay, they got the second rocket out. And there's only actually 2 players comfortably set up by the ball right now for FIU. That means they're assailing from some sort of alternative angle here. So ASU, they still have to play slow and controlled. They have to get picks before they go in.
They've got great space. I mean, they're set up to get the picks, Paul. They just haven't really done the execution part, knowing it is only half the battle, though. And right now, all I know is FIU are in strong control of this oddball match. Egolista looks to take that away. 3 players down in the blink of an eye for FIU as ASU assert themselves in tower. Aeronomics, the one to hold.
I really like the spacing there from ASU. Even though they weren't able to get to the ball for a long time, they spread out so far across the map that FIU never felt confident enough to hold onto the ball themselves. They felt like they constantly had to be contesting ASU. So there's not much actual points on the board here for FIU. The problem is ASU, they're not able to set up themselves. This is one of the problems about back tower, is even if you break the setup there, the spawns come in so quickly for the team that was originally there that they're able to regain the ball.
ASU bleeding out players. Pandemon has got to consider shifting across the map here. I love this rotate for FIU. It looks well meant. Oh no, but it's right into the spawns of ASU. That's tragic. Waiting in the middle of the map, they shut it down. Now, where does ASU want to take this? Tram looks like the obvious option, but it is a little tricky to get it there. If they're stuck inside the map, I think you've got to just stay inside the map. I don't think you have many options, Paul. This has been a wild round.
That's the thing about streets, right? Is there's so many long angles that bisect the map from different positions. It can be really hard to make those rotates happen. And even if when you get into Tram, look at how little control ASU actually has. 4 players now up. They're trying to push themselves out back across the map, but they're stuck inside Tram. This is a nade fest waiting to happen.
I mean, it's a miracle they made it to Tram at all right now. FIU assail and get value immediately. 1 player left here, but it's with the Bulldog. Little bit of a slow TTK, and Your Sandwich punishes. Your Sandwich, honestly, a highlight player tonight for FIU. Someone who I think deserves a lot of credit for the success that they have had so far this tournament. Of course, the entire team has done a great job, but in these last couple matches, especially on broadcast, looking good. Aeronomics hits the swag strats and now gets a flank on the ball very quickly, might I add. Enables a 2v1 and shuts down a trade. Now about getting on top of that oddball. Tons of grenades coming in. All of the damage, and Arizona State blitzing to put more points up on the board.
That's one of the benefits of being able to pull off tech like that jump, right? You get a much quicker rotation. It's unexpected that you're coming from that angle because it's very hard to hit that jump. So ASU, they blitz in from multiple angles and manage to take control of the ball, take control of Tram, and now they can get themselves a comfortable setup. 52-241 here. Rockets spawning soon, and if ASU can grab those, then they're likely to put this second round on the board.
And once Butterbeam's hands spawn in, he will be holding this oddball. ASU, though, like you said, finally have a solid hold on this. Hunter Killer gets the rocket, so there's an opportunity here for Florida to get back in. But this was a dead heat of a round until ASU got this hold. All of a sudden, it looks very different. Hunter Killer looking for the kill, looking for the ball. Being tossed down in no man's land. Big play by ASU, though, to get that ball back out into mid. And Eagleist even is going to be the one to receive it. That's an awkward spot for the ball to be.
No, there's nobody there, though, unfortunately. If ASU had a player there, they actually could have
That would have been so sick.
skirted it back towards A, but there's no opportunity for that. This is an awkward angle, too, for FIU to try and pick the ball up. It's going to cost them your sandwich, so they're not able to really pull the ball back into Tram here. Both teams have to focus on slang.
I mean, you just have to think how clutch throwing the ball off that balcony was when you were getting shot with the rocket launcher. That has created this entire situation where FIU went from a power play to a much more difficult play to make, one that they'd only halfway made. And ASU have the opportunity now to try and take away the round off the back of that pretty much alone.
And that goes to show why so many teams like that Tram control, because of that reset. FIU, they haven't been able to really pull that off much themselves, but the reset into the grab, into the rotate has really worked out from ASU. They just need just that 4 little points. Oh, man, Butterbean's just trying to head for the hills here, and he will be able to hold on to it long enough to send us to a 3rd round of oddball.
FIU, though, they have looked better here than anywhere else. It's the first time we've seen them really put a dent in ASU. And honestly, that first round did look good for them. They got that long hold set up in Tram, and now they get to spawn in Tram again. So if there's ever an opportunity for them to try and pull back a map, it's going to be now.
Nice bait there onto the first nade, but he's going to get pinched if he's not careful. Eagleist has picked up the Bulldog, and the ball is already just sprinting across the map here to the rest of his team. This is an awkward setup, though, right? Oh, especially when you accidentally drop the ball down there. A little bit of misplay from ASU.
Yeah, Florida International can now look to try and scoop this up, but they don't really have the spawns to do it. Everyone's on the other side of the map. This is really awkward because Arizona State have 4 players in the center. FIU have 2 players on either side. So ASU have to fight their way out, but FIU have to fight their way through, which means that ASU are going to come away with the ball.
And now they can go for, oh, it looks like a PD setup. I thought they were going to go to tower here. They haven't tried a PD setup yet, so FIU, they're going to have to figure out what ASU's plan of approach is and how to actually break this. So a new strategy for ASU. Let's see how it pans out.
I mean, with the particular map control that they have, this looks like a really good strategy, right? It's somewhat tentative, but they've got control of the B side of the map. The oddball can continue to stay along in here. You can dodge grenades effectively. The question is, what do they want to do when they start getting pushed? Because tossing the oddball out of here can be pretty difficult. So if you're going to hold, it better be a good one. And so all of a sudden it is. Aeronomics is starting to pop off again. You get shut down before they can come up with the goods, though.
Florida, they're not actually able to rotate that ball, though. That was a slow rotate. He was just holding it. He wasn't tossing it at all. Thought that they had more space to work with than they actually did. So ball time here is not easy for Florida to pick up on either. Butterbeams couldn't quite beat out that nade, but he does manage to get there and grab the ball. Ooh, he's trying to pick the head off your sandwich right now. And with Butterbeams coming in, or Jellybeams, rather, coming in. Good work from the 2 brothers to re-secure the ball. And now ASU, they can try that PD setup again.
Butterbeam's comfortably holding this. Spawns for FIU pretty far away, so they're going to have to all the way through the map. ASU has got the strong setup for PD, right? This is mid-control and everything you could want to go with it. But FIU got a couple of frags to push back in. What they don't have is a rocket launcher. That is in the hands of Aeronomics. And with 2 shots, a big opportunity now for FIU to push back in, especially with the shields of Aeronomics being down, but not out. How on earth is this man alive?
Solid movement. That's how.
Really
what a rotation
as well.
By Aeronomics. And that's one of the things. He's a very intelligent player. Even though he's not able to hit the rocket shots, he soaks so much pressure.
Wait,
this
what?
isn't great, though. I don't know how that happened.
What?
Nobody was covering that rotation. There was no info on that rotation. ASU, that's a pretty big fumble, actually. They just
they just got handed
hold to FIU.
That's wild. I mean, that'll almost definitely equalize things, if not more. Hunter Killer playing out in mid as well is going to have a lot of map control to help this team out. Now has a flank on the ASU players, some strong positions to get crossfires on. You could not have asked for a better thing to just be laid in your hands than what ASU just gave you.
ASU, they're gonna be kicking themselves on that one. I don't know what the call on that rotate was there.
I thought it was a good rotate, but there was like 2 players that were just lagging, and then the 2 players on top of the ball lost, and all of a sudden it was just like a tragedy because they didn't think to like toss the ball away.
The initial rotate was fine. I think they should have reset the rotate though once they got the kills. The spawns came out for FIU, and ASU didn't know where those spawns were coming from. ASU actually managed to get in here though, so I mean, goes to show. Even when they fumble a little bit, they're just as quick to come back into fights like these. Not solid control in Tram, though, and a difficult spot for them to try and reset from. Really good team play to actually keep themselves alive, though. They managed to hold on to the ball.
I mean, who's that? It's Butterbeams and I think Eagleist back there are just making the dynamic duo right now, and they can't be taken out of this Tram. Big stuff coming up from those two. Hold on to the ball. I love that ASU are getting every ounce out of this ball that they possibly can, right? Holding onto it for as long as possible. Trusting their teammates to get those slays while they rack up the points. Virtual Justice, though, now has it. And FIU is good for the tram hold, but they're not exactly grouped up.
Your sandwich is such a playmaker for FIU on this map. 100 killers. Oh, no, he's not able to hit the rockets. I don't know how that last shotgun shot did not kill 100 killers there. But now the ball's out in the open. ASU, they can run in here. And they have one more player to contest with 100 killers just trying to play his life right now. His position is given away. He's just trying to dance around a lot of this. Look at his health bar. It's practically negative, and a nice place nade is going to get rid of him. So Jelly Beans once again holding onto the ball, but this is just chaotic at this point. Neither team is able to set up, really. It's just both teams throwing themselves at each other.
Chaos is better for ASU. They only need to scrap together points. Once you get into that 10-point range, no longer am I concerned about strongholds ball. I'm concerned about putting 1 point up on the board at a time. And right now, that's what Aeronomics and crew are doing. Butterbeam's looking to try and hold on to this, pick up the ball. Look at this. 1 more point up on the board, up to 90. And just about inching your way across the finish line. 91, 92. And now they've got the stronghold. Runs around the corner and just scramble. Just run away. Hide in the corner, ASU. You've earned it. A 3-0 against FIU. They have not dropped a map in the lower bracket as they send themselves on for a revenge match up against the University of North America Dragons.
Certainly the most competitive it has been thus far for ASU, at least in this series, right? Like, we got bookends on the 6 maps we've seen ASU play. That very first one on Strongholds where they had a crazy comeback, and now here on Oddball where it was very difficult. I guess Streets is just maybe a tricky map for them in general, right? But either way, ASU managing to just squeak out the win. But you saw Streets, they definitely look more vulnerable, right? We saw a couple of pretty big fumbles from ASU that FIU, I think, did a good job of capitalizing on, but neck and neck, back and forth between our two teams on this last map. Unfortunately for FIU, they wake up just a little bit too late in the series. There's not enough room for them to play with, so it will be the 3-0 victory to ASU, sending them on into the grand finals.
Yeah, huge thanks to FIU for playing. Congratulations. Still a very, very respectable finish, especially going into the new year, a new semester. They're going to continue to improve, but it's about the grand finals now. Dragons up against ASU. Paul, your team's made it this far, but the Dragons have shut down every single team that's gone in front of them, save for Ryerson. And that leads me to think that this is going to be not too much different. This is a dominant team up against a team trying to challenge them, and egoless. Looks like they might be able to be the difference maker between this time and the last time they met.
And these are going to be such two heavily different play styles, right? Dragons, chaos incarnate, right? It's not that they don't have a plan. It's that you can never understand how they get to the end part of their plan, right?
Their plan usually seems like, yeah, we'll figure out the plan when we get there.
It's step 1, fight the enemy team. Step 2, question marks. Step 3, win the map. That's how the Dragons work, dude. Right. Whereas ASU, they've looked a little bit more role-oriented, right? We've broken down the roles with Egoless often being that top fragger, the solid beams lineup of the two brothers, and then Aeronamics managing to be that interesting player that kind of throws odd plays, intelligent plays at the enemy team every now and again that brings ASU back into the fold. But this grand final is going to be wild. Neither of these teams has dropped a map since they played each other all the way back on Monday in the second round of the upper bracket. Is going to be one hell of a grand finals, folks. We're going to be back after a quick break to see whether it'll be the University of North America Dragons or ASU Maroon taking the gold.
luck. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for putting up with our breaks. We got everything fixed up on the back end. We got a grand finals coming right at you now. That's right. It's ASU versus Dragons. Enter the den and see if you come out alive.
A Sun Devil and a Dragon walk into a grand finals. I don't know what the punchline is, Dor, but I know that it's going to be a fiery match. I figured out the punchline on my way there. I figured it out. We got it. Nailed it. Pack it up. We're done. We don't even need to see the match at this point. That was the show, folks. No. All right. Let's walk through how we got here, Dor, because it has been a wild bracket. Because Dragons and ASU have just been on absolute tears. Dragons haven't lost a single game. They 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0 to get their way to the grand finals. And ASU, the only team they lost games to was Dragons. They got 2-0'd way back at the beginning of the upper bracket. So now we get this rematch of our upper bracket round 2 all the way here in the grand finals. It's going to be explosive.
Worth noting, of course, if you've checked the rule book, if you're in the tournament, you should probably know that upper bracket comes into this grand finals with a 1-map advantage. Nature of the game, that's what they get for being good this far. They earned themselves a slight break. Granted, ASU was almost as good, only dropping those games earlier, but you know what? They've been playing hot today. And I'm looking at this roster, Paul. I'm looking at this set of maps. We talked about it earlier. There's a lot of comfy ones here for Dragons, but it's not too bad for ASU.
It's got to feel good for Dragons walking into this grand finals, though. Live Fire Slayer is a map type that they are so good at, right? So good at in general. CTF Aquarius, I can't say they're good at it, but they win it a lot. So like they haven't lost it yet. So regardless of how close and wild and scrappy those matches are, they always seem to do well there. Street Stronghold gets a little bit funky, I think, for both of these teams. Neither one has looked super consistent on it. ASU earlier today, they played that and they had a wild comeback against TAMU, but that was the only map that even looked somewhat close between them and TAMU. And Dragons, while they did look better on streets in general when we saw them earlier today, in the past, this has still been a game type they've struggled with. So this first map, I think, Recharge Oddball, is going to tell us a lot about how this series is going to progress.
Yeah, I think it's a great map as well that kind of tests both teams, right? There's good places to hold the oddball. You get a little bit of that objective play, but you also get the chaos of having it on Recharge with that energy sword being in, which kind of leads me to my next point of what I want to talk about with these two teams. When you're talking about players like AMR and you're talking about an entire team of players who have been popping off like ASU, nothing is going to be more important than those power weapons. Because if you let them get into the hands of AMR, all of a sudden, the game's going to flip on its head.
Really nice start, though, for ASU. That was a perfectly timed grenade there to anticipate that slide, and they even get another one. I mean, this is a solid setup that should be active camo, and presumably, at the very least, going over to ASU. They're setting themselves up in yellow now to pressure onto a lot of these longer angles and get ready for a ball pull.
Haven't gone for it quite yet. Dragons will get one more attempt at this. Granted, like you said, without that one power-up, Jellybeam's in a bit of an awkward corner, gets the shields knocked off of him, but not before Dragons lose 2 more players. ASU, in terms of slays, firmly ahead of the Dragons. The pull, regardless, though, going their way, trying to pull it back into yellow. The players dropping low. Great damage is being done by Dragons, but none of it's being turned into slays.
ASU, they are juggling contact so well right now and playing off each other's low shields, high shields, well, however you have it. That was really well done considering the unfortunate rotate that ASU went for there to actually maintain control of this ball. The problem is they don't have solid yellow control. They're struggling to actually take the Dragons down as they're coming back to contest.
Their aggro trading has been phenomenal. Mayski, though, ends up picking it up. And before things got too bad, how many of the Dragons are going to be here in yellow to help them out, though? They finally get the rotate through C. Beautiful rotation by Dragons. I mean, this is what we were talking about, though. When you're talking about recharge with oddball, you've got to be fluid. You've got to be fast on your feet. And that's exactly what Dragons are. That's how they can make plays like this.
Really solid pinch in from ASU, though. Neither team letting the other one breathe while they have control of the ball. This is not a great place for either team to actually set up with this ball control, right? You don't want to be holding it in this corridor because there's too many places for you to get pushed from and not enough positions of power for you to hold on to. So a rotate's going to be attempted over towards C, but little did they know that's where the Dragons are coming from.
Shuts it down. Ball now back in Dragon's hands. Ball back down on the ground. Complete chaos. But this is a pretty significant point lead for ASU right now. This is something the Dragons got to get on top of. They're losing a lot of these individual gunfights and getting out-traded across the board, even though they are still shutting it down every once in a while. All they're doing is kind of slowing the bleeding rather than stopping it altogether.
AMR does have this active camo now. He has anticipated that this rotate is going all the way
repulsor
around.
play?
He can jump up here and try to cut the ball off before it actually gets to that top tower position. Already one nice kill prepped for him, ready to get picked up. He's got the active camo, avoids the sword charge too. Great repulsor there. Eagleist is stuck. He does see him, but can't quite land the second charge. So UNA Dragons, they're going to take control.
Checking the sword. Oh no, this is what we were worried about. AMR's got a sword and active camo. Ammo's expired. Okay. Still has a repulsor though to try and make a play. Can't quite get the turn in time. It's hard to make those high flick plays, right? Trying to turn around repulsor and energy sword forward on controller. It's just not happening. Aeronomics though has no trouble making plays. Double kill for them. Maskey dropping the ball just in the nick of time. Again, that fantastic game sense on the fly coming through for UNA Dragons. They're going to force him to recollect this ball back in the corridor, but on elevators, pretty hard to regroup for them. They've got 4 players, at least in the general area, though, should they need help.
This is the position we saw ASU succeed from when they played this map Slayer against FIU, but their control isn't as dominant as it was last time. They're going to already drop the ball. They do have 55 points on the board, so not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but UNA Dragons, they can now come in, grab the ball for themselves. The setups have been difficult to actually get going, though. The tempo from both these teams is just so high-paced.
Paces through the roof. ASU, though, off that early lead, they could look to transfer it into a real win. Dragons now backed into a corner. They've got to fight their way out of this. Grenades coming out, but the shields are the only thing that go down. For ASU, the fights continue to go ASU's way. They've got now the ball. Egoless making a push forward, gets the melee. No team to back them up. Fortunately, they will get the trade. Active camo again goes on to AMR, though. You've got to find something big here. You can't bleed out too many more points. We're approaching the end of the round, and ASU are the ones in control. This Mangler play could be big.
He's just waiting here. Look, Pyramid's come over to support him now, too. Oh, I think he actually ships in the knighted one player, so he didn't quite spot them there. Yeah, look. I mean, Aeronomics, rather, has gotten all the way up, and now AMR, he's pinched between 2 players. Even with the active camo, it's hard for him to make this fight happen, but the movement is sublime. Maskey comes in for the support, and I don't know how, but Dragons managed to weave their way through that situation.
Incredible patience is the name of the game. They're actually dancing around the shields, coming up and down with the camo as well. That's really, really smart stuff, and goes to show why they give those power-ups to AMR in the first place. But now that they're starting to bleed out players, they've got to forego the ball. They've nearly equalized the points, so that's got to feel at least pretty good for the Dragons here. But ASU have got a strong push up to Pyramid hold, gets one, going in for the double, and gets that as well. Killing spree for Maskey. Good for a third on top of that. Huge hold for the Dragons to put him in the lead.
Look at Maskey right now. I mean, he gets that third there. He's 17-6 already. Wild. Just on this first round of Oddball. That's one of the great things about the Dragons. Any player can pop off at any given time. Maskey's going to be able to reset the ball out into the open too before he falls. So ASU, they've only got the brothers alive right now, Jellybeans and Butterbeans, and they're not going to be up for very long. Nice pick there from Jellybeans, but with the ball down in pit, it's so difficult to recover, and a narrow lead for Dragons, but one that they can hold on to for a minute.
A wonderful bit of isolation there by AMR. Haven't transferred it into a ball take yet. In fact, it's probably nearing on respawn here in a moment. It's been a hot minute. I do want to take a second to appreciate, though, the objective time from Maskey. Not only is Maskey fragging, but the objective time. Oh my god, 55 of those points belonging to him. And now looking to pick up the oddball. It has respawned along with the active camo. AMR knows exactly which of those he likes more.
And this is one of the things about Dragons, dude. They funnel
he's going for the sword too
onto AMR so effectively. That's the second time he's had Mangler and the active camo. It just feels impossible for him to lose fights when he's got so many good pieces of equipment going his way.
How is AMR able to scavenge? And Pyramid has the oddball right now, though. Dragons should theoretically have a one-man advantage when this is going on, but AMR managed to keep himself in the fight while still maintaining relevance across the map. Dragons have recovered it, and now they've got Energy Sword along with the active camo. Butterbean's got to make a play along the side here and get that ball out into the open before that Energy Sword gets into play, and he does manage to.
It's just 1 point. Dragons, they just need to scrape together 1 point right now
pick up the
to
ball.
Manage to get this round. ASU, they do grab the ball. Setup in top yellow isn't very comfortable, though. Eagle is barely surviving there. Does have a couple players to check these entries, but 2 fighting that 1 player right there. Double kill, though. Eagle is trying to hold on to this, but he's all alone against
shot.
3. The
No
energy sword
shot.
running up to him, too.
Oh,
the Pulsar
hold
actually
up.
keeps AMR off him. Eagle is going for the rotate now. Can he get this ball to the rest of his team? It doesn't even matter. There is no team for him to bring them to. Eagleist is just trying to do it all.
Eagleist has to do it all. There is no other way through. Eagleist, run, bud. Run for your life. Gets around the corner. It gets traded out for 1. How is this ball still in their hands? 76 points, 75, or 3/4 of the way there to pick up the ball. That's it. Finally, Dragon scraping across the finish line, but by God, was it a slog.
That was just round 1, by the way. That was just round 1. Oh, my. ASU, they were doing a good job at the end there. If Dragons needed 10 more points instead of 1 more point, I think they might have had that, but unfortunately for ASU, that's not going to be the case. So now reset. They need to get these next 2 rounds in their pocket. Much slower start here for both of our teams. AMR again prioritizing that camo with a nice fight win there.
My
He's going to
God.
grab it without too much difficulty. Dragons, this slower pace at the beginning has actually played in their hands very well. They've done a good job winning these first fights. And now they're going to be able to set this ball up wherever they like.
Nice, taking it up into yellow. Although AMR went down with the active camo, because ASU put so much pressure on it, they really did lose a lot across the other side of the map along with the oddball. So Dragons have got that. But the kills are going the way of ASU, and they're going to track this one down. Jellybeans picks it up, and they've only bled out a little bit. And notably, while not giving away a key objective to a player that can do so much with it in AMR.
Yeah, nobody was actually there covering Mayski, right? The rest of Dragons were fighting all the way across map towards C. So, I mean, just the one fight won there by Jellybean with the nice timing is able to do it. He's kept the ball out, trying to keep it in the open because he knows ASU doesn't have a perfect setup. Now the rotates have come through. You got to drop that ball. Yeah, Eagleist, help your team out. Oh, it's a little bit too late.
Big play.
The comms, the position, not quite working out. And Mayski's going to sneak this ball away back into yellow as long as he wins that fight. And he does. A second player grapple
the
to try
hell?
and mess with the positioning. Nice attempt from Mayski, but too much to play against for him.
Imagine that worked, though. That'd have been sick.
Bro,
that was a cool grapple. Doesn't
Mayski's
quite work.
17, by the way. This kid's
Absolutely
crazy.
wild. It's that Zoomer energy, dude. They're just creative with it. I couldn't tell you what it is. Grenades everywhere, though, and nobody's really picking up points. It is Arizona State who tentatively have oddball control, but as they toss it out into the open, the double from Pyramid is going to grant it back the Dragons.
This is so scrappy for both these teams, dude. Both teams just playing for inches at a time rather than miles. No one's able to actually set up properly because the spawns are pinching in on such an awkward position here. Mayski trying to charge forward and take the fight to ASU. At least keep them off of the ball so Dragons, despite the awkward position for the ball, can rack up some time and get themselves ahead.
So I see a play here being made. Arizona State getting on top of this oddball, but notably they're going to push into yellow, but right as the active camo comes up is the big thing we need to note. Dragons are almost definitely going to recover that and use it to push this position.
And the timing didn't quite work out there either for ASU. The shields didn't come back up, and Dragons, they respawned. They got to positions across the map further to take those long angles. So the ball never actually makes it into yellow. ASU, they don't get their setup. And now the ball's actually pretty much gifted over to Dragons for a yellow setup of their own with a pinch onto Butterbeams. It's looking difficult for ASU to actually recover this.
Yeah, Dragons definitely have the better position of the two right now, especially closing in on yellow. AMR in control of the ball, but no real teammates to help him out. You're really thinking about throwing this one off the ledge as soon as you catch a whiff of danger. Dragons have control across the entire map, but how do you rotate in time to actually get anywhere? You don't really. I mean, they've really... How have they juggled
Really
the ball this
well
far?
done.
That's a miracle.
Oh, okay, he's got the grapple.
Good
Okay,
usage.
cool. Recovered there. I thought that was going to be a little bit awkward on that ball throw, but it does manage to get recovered. The problem is this. Dragons in this rotate, they've lost a couple of players, so they don't quite have those periphery players to take the contact and stop people from coming in. The spawns do come across, though, so alternate angles now, and since Dragons have slowed this down, now they can stabilize.
Oh, I mean, Macy's doing a great job pincering, and you mentioned those spawns, right? Allowing them to come from the flanks. Right as ASU pushed in, two players from Dragon spawned right behind them, able to pincer them. Mayski just applies that line, a bit of pressure, picks himself up a nice triple kill on the way out. This has been a significant amount of points racked up for Dragons as they go up 3/4 of the way there. AMR with more ball control. Is there any way to turn this around, Paul?
It's feeling like it's pretty much done and dusted here. You have to fight all across the map right now as ASU. If you just collapse onto the ball, you're going to get pinched. If you don't collapse onto the ball, you're going to run out of time to stop Dragons from ticking their way up to victory. 93 and counting. It's looking like the Dragons are going to get off to a strong start. The first map won, and because they come in from the upper bracket, that's a 2-0 lead. They're already on tournament point.
Hey, let me tell you what, though. Let me tell you what. ASU, I suspect that was a lot better than the last time they played the Dragons. That looked really good for them starting off. That second round, the stronghold up in Elevator really did kind of put an end to things. A fantastic rotate by Dragons, by the way, in order to put themselves in a position where they could actually do that. But ASU had their moments, and I think it really did come down to what we were talking about earlier, those power-ups. You let AMR get that hidden camo every single time the active camo went to him. And yeah, you killed him on it once or twice, but by and large, the plays that AMR was able to make with that active camo were really game-changing.
And I want to point out 2 players. Maysky, obviously, because, you know, he went insane. He was 27 and 14, right? Absolutely crazy. But also Shaka, who was 23 and 23. And that's a deceptive scoreline because you think, oh, well, you know, he's just trading himself out. He went dead even. But it's 23. That's a lot of times where he traded himself out. And if Dragons have control of the ball and you trade yourself 1 for 1 and then respawn, you are in a more advantageous position as Shaka than the ASU player you traded yourself out for, right? Because they have to try and regroup with their team who are pinched now in between a bunch of Dragons players. So Shaka being willing to take a lot of that damage, soak a lot of deaths, but trading himself out very effectively is a huge reason why Dragons walk away with that map.
Well, there's a big thing I want to talk about, and that's trading out on the other side. We're heading over to Live Fire for some Slayer, and some of that play that I saw up in yellow from ASU really impressed me. You talked about trading aggro earlier on in the match, and they were doing it beautifully. It felt like they hit their stride there in the first round and lost it a little bit later, but if they can catch a little bit more of that fire, find those trades, find that aggro trading, and use their shields really effectively, especially on a map like Live Fire where it is just complete chaos, and just find that quick little 4-man rotation, all of a sudden you start winning trades off that. And like we talked about earlier, last time we saw Live Fire with Slayer, it's not a game of miles, it is a game of inches, and trading yourself out more effectively is the name of the game here.
I think one thing that ASU have to put more pressure onto is the scavenging game. AMR is too often able to get ridiculous combos. Camo and Mangler, camo and grappling, or not grappling hook, camo and the energy sword rather, right? And that's something AMR does on every map. He's gonna be playing for the heat wave, for the sniper rifle here, and AMR has looked so nasty when he gets power weapons in his hands. Eagle is already rushing for it, but the push down below, Dragons reading the play beautifully. Okay, nice counterplay though. It's keeping it close here for ASU.
I would be remiss to say that ASU have not at least taken your vice a little bit and played for those power weapons. Not like there's much else to go for to start things off here, though. Absolutely no clue where they actually ended up, but I suspect ASU got them, considering that they've got that kill lead.
Just a narrow lead, though. Both teams playing a little bit slow here. AMR is across the map right now and not really able to help his team. They're trying to go for the active camo spawn.
Nice.
Egoless is the one to pick that up too. Egoless has been a massive player for ASU across today. It's certainly a little bit quieter on our first map, but make no mistake, this man is insane, generally speaking, although he actually goes down, losing the camo in the process.
I mean, when we talk about what maps who's popped off on, ASU has had Aeronomics pop off mostly on the more objective-based maps.
Sure.
When it comes to the Slayer maps, it really comes down to the Beams brothers as well as Egoless to really put the team on their back in terms of fragging potential, but UONA strikes back with some of their own.
Still pretty close right now. 8-9. Pretty scrappy gameplay from our two teams. Neither one going for a full setup anywhere in like tower or back in house or anything. Just right now trading out, seeing if anyone can find some solid early advantages. Butterbeans does have that heat wave in his hand, so at least it's not going over to AMR. ASU, they got to be feeling good about that, but it's going to drop pretty quickly. Trades pretty even as we're 11 or 12 to 10 now.
I mean, that's what we were talking about, though. It's about trading 1 or 2 kills more effectively. And Dragons, I love that. I mean, they get the engagement, they trade out a couple, they find themselves ahead by 1, and run away. Before there could be a trade back, they don't want to take any more of that engagement. They know exactly when to leave.
Pyramid here is trying to sneak and catch someone dropping down off a rotate from that top mid position, but isn't going to be able to find that one. Nice nade from Mason, dude. Just prepped for that push entirely. And Dragons, they're starting to inch away control. It's 16 to 12 now, and they're managing to get across the map and find these strong little skirmishes where they're taking 3v2s, 2v1s, right? And isolating a lot of the ASU players.
Yeah, ASU are trying to group up as best they can. Look at this, 4 players all in garage. The problem here is you're conceding a lot of power weapons, right? Active camo is going to be coming up in a while, but that sniper rifle in mid is what you're really concerned about. The sight lines from tower are going to be really, really helpful for Dragons. And look at this, they pushed out to control it even better now.
Camo's already up. Mason's got it. He's got the Mangler too.
This is a
such
problem.
A powerful combination. Dragons, they don't have much information as to where ASU are right now, but they have a solid lead, 19 to 13.
He's just using it for info.
And they get a lot of info. The sniper is coming up right now. Not necessarily as much use as they wanted out of the camo there, but now it's just going to be a bloodbath in the middle of the map. Both teams recognizing how important the sniper rifle is for the next bit of momentum.
Yeah, it's that thing, though, that the camo plus Mangler combo set them up for the sniper. And now they've got the far better position. Eagleless tries to make a play for it, but because Dragons had that set up from the previous power weapons, they've now really effectively snowballed that into more map control. Pushing in with the Mangler. Mayski's looking to make a play here for the Dragons. Get shut down in their tracks, though. ASU begins to come alive in their own right, starting to close that kill gap and set themselves up in tower as the sniper was denied from Dragons.
Love this position here from ASU. UNA Dragons, they've shown before that they maybe struggle a little bit to actually take they take down a setup inside of the tower, right? ASU, if they can hold on to this position and deny picks like that from coming through, they can do well. But the problem is when you hole up in tower, you give a lot of the weapons over on the map like Mangler and Heatwave to the Dragons, and they love to have those in their hands.
Yeah, but this gap is closing. The Mangler starting to come into play, though. 25 to 21. Dragons bleeding out players, but I think this is worth it for Dragons, if I'm being honest. I'm willing to give away a couple kills in order to get Arizona State off of that tower position.
The spawns work out really favorably, though. Jellybeans does manage to sneak away with that active camo, and he's got such good info. Oh, he spots 3 players. That's huge for ASU. He's going to chuck in. Ooh, unfortunate timing there. I don't know if that was the fight he was looking to take. So, not as much use out of the active camo as ASU were hoping for.
Well, now ASU are set with the same test Dragons were, right? Assail this tower. Aeronomics in a perfect position to do so.
Beautiful.
Smack hits him with a boxer. And now, can he take down the last one? AMR would just be for style points at this point. Doesn't get the last shot, but the work has been done. Arizona State with a big push, gain some more map control, and keep the game within range.
It's still a narrow lead here for UNA Dragons, though, right? It's a full round of slays and then some, and with Pyramid finding timings like that, it's so difficult for the ASU to actually come back into this. Really well done, too, for AMR to just come in and clean up the contact that Pyramid got there. Pyramid plays his life, and AMR swoops in heroically to get those kills and extend the lead once again for Dragons.
I mean, you highlighted Shaka earlier on, playing as kind of the critical aggro-taking player. Now just fragging out. 14 and 8. Has not stopped going nuts. Tries to make a push through mid, but doesn't work out for him.
ASU need to slow this pace back down. It's getting too close.
I agree.
38 for UNA Dragons. All the Dragons have to do is play 1-for-1 at this point, and they will win the map. So ASU, they have to find a way to slow the Dragons down and find a cheeky timing for Aeronomics. You saw when ASU were able to execute on a strategy, they look so good, and it gets them leads, or at least closes the gap that they are working from. But right now, the Dragons, they've just got their foot on the gas.
Well, what they also have is mid control, right? Look at where ASU are. Dragons are controlling mid. That sniper, I believe, has been swiped up by AMR. Yep, there it is. Looking to try and fight the active camo player, and it is able to do it. That's a big pick for Aeronomics to try and equalize things here, but they need more than that. They've got it within 4. They've got to turn it around within these final 10 kills. Within 3 now. ASU are closing the gap, Paul.
Dragons, they look more timid than they have the rest of this Slayer match. Look how far back they're holding in comparison. They want to try and force ASU into them.
Waiting out the camo.
This is what I was talking about earlier about Slayer on Livefire, right? Especially once we get past that 30 or 40 kill mark. Both teams are going to play a lot slower. They're going to wait for that first pick, this first opening. AMR trying to create one, but he just runs into the entirety of ASU. There was nobody there to support that play.
That felt a little extra bold. And when we're talking about giving away 1 kill at a time, It's not something you could really afford to do. Basically hiding in the corner now, trying to check Shaka. Where do they want to go with this? I mean, with the spawns being not a moment in sight, it might be a minute before these teams actually engage each other.
This is so tense right now. ASU, they realize their tournament lives are on the line. UNA Dragons, they know they can close this whole thing down right now as long as they're the ones to find that first opening.
Oh, they found the sniper.
The sniper has been recovered here. Jellybeam's in a nice position, too, to create a lot of pressure, but they've given up mid to actually go for this play. And meanwhile, Active Camo is about to come up on the other side of the map. We need a huge play right now from Jellybeams, and he can't quite lock down that kill. Oh, no, the sniper about to go into the hands of Dragons. That kill picked up. It is traded out, and the sniper isn't quite recovered as of yet. 42 to 40 right now. It's on a knife's edge, door.
Uh-oh. Was this worth it for the sniper, though? Is the question that Dragons are asking themselves constantly. Doesn't look like it. A 2-kill lead is maintained somehow. As Aeronomics makes his way up to the high ground, how do you want to control this active cam up? There's no way Maski grabs this uncontested.
Oh, my word.
How?
Nice play from Aeronomics, though. Sneaky there. And now he's on a killing spree, too. Problem is... What a stick! That came in from... Okay, it wasn't as far as I anticipated, but still, Maski with this camo. Oh, he's about to tear into them right now. He gets beautiful information. Only trading for the one there, but that just feels like enough. 46 to 45. It's ever so close right now, and it's turned into a chaotic mess.
It can end at any point in time. Dragons looking to finish things off. AMR with a sniper in hand for the tournament victory. Has 2 people lined up in a corner. Just needs to hit one flick. Connects the headshot. One more to win it, and Dragons have done it. 3-0 without dropping a single map the entire tournament. They're going to be your victors.
ASU, they pushed them as hard as they could on that live fire Slayer match, especially considering the lead that Dragons got in the mid game there. But Dragons, they managed to keep cool, calm, and collected. Right when they needed to take their foot off the gas, they recollect themselves. They go, hey, what can we actually do to create this opening? AMR, maybe with a little bit of ambition there. Not the hottest match we've seen from him on Slayer, but Maski and Shaka really picking up the slack. A phenomenal game from those 2 players and a great tournament from the Dragons. Like you said, they go through the entire tournament without dropping even so much as a map. No matter how close it got, they always managed to just come out a step ahead.
Wild game, and huge shout outs to ASU. I mean, you can only imagine how close the series are going to be between these teams going forward. But even on that final game, I mean, Aeronomics has not been much of a Slayer player so far in the tournament. Turned it up to 11 for that map, right? Putting up 17 slays onto the board against the likes of Shaka, who was just popping off out of their mind. The Beams brothers really came into themselves as well later on into the night. Egoless, you can't say enough good things about them. I'm excited to see these 2 teams go head-to-head again.
I mean, what a showing. What a way to end the year for both of these teams, right? Dragons, they get the victory that was denied them in the first Collegiate Halo tournament, and ASU Maroon, I don't believe Maroon actually played in our first tournament. It was ASU Gold who didn't manage, or who was in the first tournament. So Maroon, I think this was their debut, and what a way to debut as well. Second place in this Collegiate Halo tournament. Over 20 teams entered this weekend. These 2 coming out on top and giving us a pretty fun grand finals considering that it was a 2-0.
You know what I'm excited for? Right, these teams, a lot of them brand new, not ones we saw last time around, which means that this pool of teams is getting larger and larger. More schools are scraping together teams. With the spring semester coming along, they're going to start recruiting more players, and they can start drafting teams, and all of a sudden, things get spicy. There's a lot of good stuff ahead for College Halo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's going to be it, though, for our second Collegiate Halo tournament here from College Halo GG. That'll be it from myself, Door, Tone, Juke,
One thing,
Paul,
one thing, if I may, huge thank you to Cody from Northwood.
I was about to say thank you to Cody.
We have to. We have
cut me
to.
off.
He's put in so much work for this. I didn't want you to forget. I just want to make sure. He deserves so much love. He's put so much effort into this project. Absolutely deserves credit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to Cody. Thank you to Tone and Juke, our producer and observer behind the scenes, as well as thank you to you, Door, despite the fact that you cut me off there and you've been making fun of me all night. I always love casting with you, man. And it's always a great time here, whether it's Halo or anything else here at UGC or College Halo. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have a happy holidays and a happy new year. We'll see you in 2022 for more collegiate goodness.